Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Hello to all. Matthew Mobster, hi. I see your message in the chat there, Matthew, about the Emmental cheese. Totally hear you on that. And I, it's an interesting suggestion with the calibrator. I know I actually talked to the dev team. We were looking at kind of like reviewing the calibrator, um, and I don't think Emmental is going to be making it onto that one this year. But we do have other directions and ideas for kind of alleviating that kind of cheese grind. So hang in there. I understand it is extremely resource intensive, and I agree with you on that. I think it was pretty well kind of overtuned. But yeah, I mean the design around it was very much intentionally to kind of not always use magic essence in it, but obviously, you know, um, like it increases your throughput significantly when you do. So it's obviously very tempting to do so. But yeah, we have kind of things in the works regarding kind of improving that loop. So, you know, be a little patient with it. If you're frustrated with kind of that grind, perhaps kind of focus on, maybe preparing for egg hunt or something like that. And yeah, we got good stuff in the works though. So we've definitely been kind of looking at how to kind of address these kind of issues that the community has with the current kind of state of the mythical heart and all that. And we have some really good ideas. And so yeah, just understand that that's something we are definitely also we totally understand. And we have lots of very interesting things we're working on, and I'm very excited about. And I think you'll quite like them. Um, but yeah, obviously that's not going to happen, this week or anything. They're currently being worked on, but good stuff. And, not super far off necessarily. Again, everyone should know this coming in and tuning into my stream, Jacob. Hello. Things I say are kind of you should take it with a grain of salt. I don't have all the dates, all the kind of final say on things. Things can change, and so I don't want to give incorrect information, mislead anybody. But yeah, we are definitely absolutely kind of working on kind of how to take some things that are frustrating and really make them more fun, and add layers of good stuff. So there you go. Yeah, that's the best I can do for you right now. But yeah, it will be, worked on and addressed. So yeah, and yeah, I mean, thank you for that feedback, that input. We appreciate it from all players, and all angles on things. Frustrated stuff, things you like. That's why we hang out with you guys. We want to hear your feedback and receive that and use that, and shape the game into something we all enjoy. Obviously we create this game because we love it. We want it to be fun for us, and the people who have found it, and some of you, all the way from the first year, Matthew from December of 2008, incredible. And so we want to make sure that we all enjoy this journey together. But yeah, no, I mean, I feel frustrated kind of doing that grind, and so totally fair. But yeah, we have lots of really good ways that we're going to be kind of looking at kind of how to really improve it, make the experience what people can really sink their teeth into. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people definitely took advantage of the birthday event to acquire a good stockpile of Emmental cheese, and I know I did. And that was definitely something that we were happy to be able to kind of allow as I know that people are frustrated about uh, I personally feel like one of the biggest frustrations with the whole kind of like heart situation in Draconic Depths is that like making the Emmental cheese, right? It's extremely expensive resource wise to kind of like make big batches and kind of like churn through those. So, one of the things that I know we're kind of happy to be able to do is like give a little more of that cheese, like effectively, without you having to kind of like burn all your resources to generate it. And I think that does, help out in that regard. Events are kind of like little windows, temporary kind of boosts and stuff. So it's not, those aren't the permanent solutions we're looking at for kind of like doing things, but like happy to kind of like make sure you get to use those. And I know that egg hunt coming up, there's going to be element to that, so uh, but yeah, we have other things we're definitely going to be doing, and it's good. So there you go. And again, like it's an Earth Day. I don't want to go too deep into all this detail. I don't have enough information to really kind of like promise you anything, anyways. So just know that yeah, like we are definitely working on it, and we get it. But we appreciate it. And yeah, no, it matters to us. Um, let's see. Personally, I'm not a fan of the recent folklore forest cheeses that take cheeses to craft. It really burns through magic essence very quickly. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand that because, like, it can be a little deceptive of, like, well, deceptive isn't necessarily the word for it. I think it's just that, like, when you kind of, like, make a batch and then that batch, you make another batch of that, and it's like this kind of, like, rolling up effect. The end of the day, if you make one piece of cheese, the out of the ones before, depending on what the area is and the ratios, it can end up being a lot more magic essence than you'd kind of like, you know, anticipate. Um, uh, so I'll definitely kind of like bring that to kind of like future discussions, and maybe not kind of like well, we'll look at that. I think we learned a lot, is what I'll say. We learned a lot from kind of like how we kind of like shaped the Draconic Depths. We've definitely learned a lot from other areas and kind of like how we just structure those cheese. And, I think we're taking those lessons and we're going to carry those forward into the future areas, which is what today is about. So we are actually going to be working on a new mouse. It's been too long, so I'm very excited to be doing this with you. And it is, in fact, for the new area that I will reveal nothing about today. But, we are going to be working on this stuff. There's going to be a lot of new mice. We definitely like we have kind of our roadmap laid out of kind of like here's kind of our I tentative plan for kind of like new area and how that's structured. We got a lot of mice. They're a lot of fun. So we're going to be doing a lot of those together over the coming weeks and you know uh, due time. But yes, new mice, new permanent location. It is definitely going to be something that you will want. It's going to be a lot of fun. And there's a lot to it. But yeah, I want to tell you more, but obviously that's not the right time for that. I'm literally like giving you kind of the sneak peek of kind of like just dabbling into you know not even the theme. I don't know. Like I think maybe it's gonna touch very gently on that, but yeah, I'm not gonna reveal anything beyond. Hey, we're working on a new mouse together. You get to see it. You get to shape it. Um, and yeah, should be interesting. I'm looking forward to kind of like the theories that people come up with and kind of like where we go from there. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it very kind of like not guiding too much. There's definitely characters that I'll be working on in the future that are probably going to kind of reveal more. But this one, we'll see. So, honestly, I think we'll just jump into it. Let me just quickly scan through the chat, see if I miss anything that I want to share. Ooh, nice little art question. Um, and this one I actually haven't had for a long time. What is your favorite pencil and why do you like it? So there's these pencils that I definitely really like. They're called Cola Erase, and it's color erase pencils. They are color pencils, and they actually erase very well, and they're like color fast too. So like when you draw with them, it has like good pigmentation on the paper. Um, but like I've never had, and here in Canada I call them pencil crayons. I've never had pencil crayons that like could actually erase. They just kind of smeared like wax, colored wax on the page. And I discovered these in college, like in my art program. And basically, animators would use these as kind of their sketching pencil, and they would use kind of like a lighter color that they could then ink over, or they'd use different colors for different elements of their animation cell, or kind of like SketchUp of it, where you can kind of like use, a green as like your like structure sketch to kind of like create your forms and work it out, and then use a different color for kind of like more of the linear drawing, and then even a different color from that for like the cell shading kind of like guide, things like that. And it's much more of a traditional animation style, the actual kind of like drawing on individual pages that get scanned in and turned into animation that way. Um, Whereas nowadays it's a lot more just kind of straight up digital. Um, but yeah, the Coley Race pencil is like they're great colors, and yeah, like I just use them in my sketchbook. And the fun thing is I'll carry around different pencils, and it allows me to just kind of use them in different ways during my drawings. Um, yeah, actually, the very first mice in MouseHunt that I drew in the sketchbook I was sharing 2 weeks ago during the birthday. Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Geez. But yeah, during the birthday stream that I did, I shared like the very first drawings for MouseHunt that were done in a sketchbook, and a lot of the drawings I had done in there were in Cola Erase, with like ink over them, and then you can erase the colorway. Another technique that was used with those is you could use like a light green or blue or whatever to do your sketching, ink over top of that, and when you scanned it in, again back to the older technology, you could kind of like omit that color. It's very specific colors. You could do this, and that way, you don't even need to erase it, and just the ink comes through, and yeah. At any rate, color erase. Long answer for a very simple uh, one, and yeah, yeah. Ah, no, it's not like with the public relations stuff talking about her. No, this is like Jacob talking, you know. Like I have definitely felt those frustrations that you the players felt about it, and I think that's important to just make sure you like know that we care and we also totally get it. Um, and so I just want to make sure you know that we are looking at that and working on it. Um, yeah, I mean honestly, if you were a fly on the wall in the discussions we've had from even before the area is launched, you'd be kind of it'd be an interesting thing. But yeah, ba, ba, ba. Ooh, Ace 50. That's a good question. I'm not going to answer it yet. um, I would like a dev caricature mouse for April Fools. Are we gonna have a stream on April Fool? Oh no, that's a Tuesday. Darn. I mean, yeah. I, we always kind of like realize very late. Oh, April Fools, and we like doing stuff. It's very fun, but it's always kind of like rushed. But you know what? You reminded me of that, so I'm gonna have to notify the team it's coming up. So maybe we'll try and figure out something. That'd be fun. They're going to be more of the animated mice like the Dragon Emperor. I mean, I'm personally, always on the lookout for fun little ways to sneak in animation. So yeah, I think so. Uh, but I'll leave it at that. You'll just have to find them. I like hiding them too. Um, yeah, all the versions of the Mythweaver have animated thumbnails. That is correct. And a number of the items that are kind of like related also. Yeah, you have to. It's the thumbnail in the journal, or like where you can find the thumbnails in various places. You have to wait for it, and it's a long wait because I want it to be kind of like a little bit of an Easter egg. Now people know all about them, of course, and it didn't take long for people to discover any of them. But I had a lot of fun with them. I'm sure that one of these streams I'll just kind of pull each one up and we'll go through the animations and just kind of like show how ridiculous I went on them more and more. Um, have a stream on April 1st, anyways. There you go. Yep. Opening of the salt caves, salt mines, April 1st. Yeah. All right. Oh, that'd be cruel. Yeah. Drop a dragon heart on April Fools. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. Any day other than that, we might take it away. No, we wouldn't. All right. So art time. Let's get into it. So I have a character here that I've been kind of like working up. Um, I again don't want to really kind of talk too much about who this character is, what they're doing, um, but they seem to be enjoying um, things that are perhaps aflame. Uh, yeah, I'm sure at a point I'll just kind of like be like, yeah, this is this mouse. But again, it's also a case of like I don't know the final names, etc. Uh, like in Feedback Friday, instantly I see like spoiler image pop up via Discord. All right. Yeah. So I'm basically today probably just going to be like rendering at this. I have kind of ideas on what I want to work on with this. It's a little less of a kind of like shape this art with me. But feel free to kind of like give suggestions, ask questions. I'll only be able to answer certain things. But yeah, it's happening. New area, new mice. We got lots we're going to be working on. Yeah. What are they doing, I wonder? All right. So, away we go. Render time. Um, it's it's going to be a little more kind of like I think a quiet stream. Normally I try and ramble the whole time, but I feel like if I do that, I'm probably going to just want to talk about what these things are. I don't know. I feel like that's not something I need to kind of like hide because I'm pretty sure people can kind of like figure it out. And ultimately, when I start really rendering it, it should be obvious, anyways. So maybe I don't need to kind of you know worry too much about that. I want it to look obvious what it is by the end of the illustration. Something flammable. I like kind of looks like the first caveman mouse who discovered fire. Um, the idea that it would be like this like you know uh, character who is like wearing clothing and like clearly has some kinds of industry where they can produce clothing and fabrics and stuff, and they only just discovered fire then. Meanwhile, the mice have like crazy technologies that they develop and stuff. They're just lower on the tech tree, or actually, fire just ended up being really high on the tech tree for them somehow. Be funny. I think that the Terrible Twos mouse might have been the first to really embrace the fire. Yeah. Actually, was using the Terrible Twos mouse as inspiration on this character. I was like, it'd be kind of funny if it was and I don't know if I'll try and make this the case, but I'm like, maybe the Terrible Twos mouse grew up into this one. We have some kind of like some mice lead into other mice, like canonically, um, in ways. Like the Mythweaver himself came from, was it the bookbound mice? It's one of them. Carmine has multiple forms. Thank you, Final Fantasy, for teaching me about that when I was a kid. Good times. Yeah. Don't worry, Jacob, we won't tell. Mm. I feel like you'll figure it out anyways eventually, so, I'll let you do it. Something flammable, though, you know. Ah, could be paper that is burning. We finally found the culprit behind the fires at the Library of Alexandria. Given that there has been some time travel stuff going on, you're not wrong about the time travel stuff. There is a lot of that um, in MouseHunt, more than people probably realize. Might be a thing. Mm-hmm. Good times. All right. Um, does the mouse have anything on the tip of its tail? Currently, no, but that might be something I decide we should add. Um, I don't have the details kind of like solidified on this character just yet. It's I mainly have kind of like, okay, here's an idea for this character. Here's kind of like their thing, and work up a pose that I think communicates that concept, and kind of like sketch that out, dress it up a little bit. Sorry, by the way, I'm kind of all congested. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah. Sorry if I end up like loudly sniffling into the microphone. Um, there was like nasty head cold going around last week, and although I'm over that portion, sinuses are just doing what they do best. Yeah, so I work up kind of like a pose, um, make sure I'm happy with that direction before I worry too much about kind of like other aesthetics, like characters, details, and stuff. Uh, so those are subject to change, right? The outfit, stuff like that. There's some ideas around kind of like the outfit in general, but it's not something that I'm kind of like absolutely like stuck on. So if people have kind of like cool ideas, um, then I'm going to be open to exploring those likely. Charmander mouse. Tail wrapping around a gasoline canister. I mean, maybe, yeah. Just like, oh, it's happening. Gonna make the big fire. All right. Get the scarf going. Let's see. Okay, I want this to have some like specifically leafy pattern to it or design. Yes, I flipped it. It's a nice little hotkey that I have in Clip Studio. And if you're familiar with my stream, this is something that I feel is very useful to any artist. Um, Basically, kind of shifting your perspective when you're working on something really helps you kind of catch things that aren't really working. Because when you're working on something, you're, looking at it from start to finish. So you kind of don't really perceive it the same way as if you look at it, you know, fresh for the first time. Um, you know, if someone like shows you their drawing halfway done, you'll notice things that they don't. And so by flipping it, it kind of like just resets my brain a little, and I get to see it in like kind of a fresh light. And if when I flip it, it looks worse, I'm like, I don't like it as much as when it's flipped the other way. Often that's a little hint that something is actually off, like proportionally or some such. Um, but yeah, it just kind of helps you kind of like reset how you're looking at things. Um, so it's important. There's also like, really kind of like tweaking out your brain by flipping it upside down. Suddenly it's like, gravity's broken. But it actually gives you a real good sense of like, kind of like, I'm not seeing it as the same image anymore. And it can be a really useful technique. A lot of artists, like traditional artists, they would hold their paintings up to a mirror. That's something I did in school, and it can certainly help you a lot. Same idea as like stepping back from a painting when you're working on it or a drawing, squinting, looking at it, all kinds of stuff like that. It really does actually help significantly. So yeah, that is why I flip it, and I recommend anyone who's working on something for any duration, um, do it. It really improves your flow because you really benefit from kind of getting a fresh perspective on it. Um, Now, of course, flipping it upside down, like I have, kind of makes it uncomfortable. Um, and when I mentioned, like, oh, when you flip it and it looks uncomfortable, that might be a sign. In this case, it's more that our brains are less comfortable seeing someone kind of stuck to the ceiling with gravity. Um, but if it does feel like that, if it feels like they're kind of falling upward, it probably means you have a good sense of weight in the image, so that's a good thing. Um, yeah. There you go. Grounded again. Um, yeah. So that's that idea there. think they have like a little bracelet made out of this too. This one can go behind. And because we're looking up towards this, we have the ellipse from underneath. Oh, I'm glad that I taught you a thing, Deborah. That's awesome. So the shortcuts that I use to flip these are ones that I customized. I'm using Clip Studio Paint. You can do similar in Photoshop, but it's less kind of like responsive. In Photoshop, I believe there is preview tools, or you can actually like flip the image horizontally, but it actually literally flips the image. In Clip Studio, there's effectively your kind of navigator tool here, and there is kind of like flip horizontal, flip vertical, and all that's doing is it's actually like mirroring the like visuals of it. It's not actually altering the image by flipping the image. In Photoshop, it kind of actually alters the image permanently. But yeah, I set up hotkeys to specifically do that. For me, I use Alt and um, negative sign, and then Alt and plus sign, or I guess it'd be negative and equals sign if you're kind of not holding shift or anything. Those are just hotkeys that I found convenient because I'm left-handed, and my right hand rests on the keyboard, and it's in a weird place. But it's where like the brackets are because I use those for shrinking and growing my brush size. So that's just kind of naturally where I like it. I can hit spacebar with my thumb. I can hit Alt with my thumb. That lets me kind of move around, grab colors, adjust the brush size easily. On like the slash key above return, I have it set to my like blurring brush. P is to like activate my pen or brush or whatever. O is to go into transparent painting mode, where the same brush that I was using, it now actually erases pixels that I paint over. So it's not quite the same thing as like eraser, where like in Photoshop when you switch to an eraser, it's a completely different brush. In Clip Studio, you stay on the exact same brush, but instead of adding pixels, you're removing pixels. Um, so I really like that feature because, and you can do the same thing in Photoshop, like changing the brush mode to clear. But yeah, it's a nice technique. Yeah. Anyways, I got like a bunch of hotkeys that are all set up. Some for animating and everything. Um, yeah. So nice little trick. Another one that I absolutely swear by, and everyone should do this. Going into your color previews. Um, so I always have one set up that is a grayscale, because I really think this is one of the most important things that artists need to learn, is to really kind of check your value structure. And I believe in it so much that actually, let me make sure I don't have something. Hang on. Before I like change my Windows stuff, I'm gonna BRB for a second. I just gotta make sure I don't have stuff I'm gonna reveal in Photoshop behind it. Oop, there we go. All right, we're safe. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just remembered that like I had Photoshop open behind Clip Studio, and I had files that I was working on, and I didn't want to show those. So I literally on my computer desktop background have this. This is a lesson thing that it's kind of cut off, that I learned from an incredible teacher, Sam Nielsen, and it's cut off, so I'll just tell you what it says. When adding a third value, artists often make the mistake of using it to shade forms. So the example in the bottom left is shaded forms, right? Instead, use the third value to control the composition. So the kind of example in the bottom left is kind of showing how artists often use kind of like all the values everywhere, and they're kind of all over the place, right? And it looks fine, but like there isn't this kind of like control and harmony and most especially like hierarchy of kind of like these are the structures. And then so the example of how to use it correctly is to kind of like group them. So you have, the character riding this beast has like the lightest values contrasted against the darkest values. So first of all, they're popping out and like really standing out because they have really high contrast. And then the creature itself um, remains in the midtones and lower, and it just kind of like harmonizes it well. It kind of really it's good composition and like that little highlight on the rock and stuff to kind of balance the character, and it's just very clever. And I'm still trying to learn all that and like utilize it well. But yeah, this is something I have on my desktop at all times because when I close things down, I like to kind of like be reminded about this concept. And there's many really good ones, but this is another one that it's hard to kind of like really learn well, but it's a valuable one. So yeah, that's something I kind of also recommend. But yeah, using grayscale um, uh, preview gives you a really quick, easy way to kind of like test your values and make sure that they are working for you. Because ultimately, it should kind of create, a hierarchy. You want to use contrast to draw the eye. You want to like make certain things fall back and be less kind of like noisy, and you do that in different ways. But one of the best ways is by your value structure. So one of the things I'm looking at for this is, I like the idea of this character being kind of like in the midtones, and maybe the scarf is kind of like more of a kind of lighter value on the character. Um, but maybe not. Like I might change that idea. Especially we have the fire. That's going to be bright. We need to kind of like understand how that's going to play with the rest of this. Now I'm not illustrating this character in kind of a full scene where I have the benefit of controlling the background color, and just setting them in, like a dark, night scene or something with this bright flame behind them. It'd be awesome if I did. We could really do some dramatic artworks if we did that for every character. But obviously, that really kind of like adds to the scope. And I part of the MouseHunt language, the design philosophy, is we kind of reserve those kind of like scenes, if you will, for bosses, and that kind of like promotes them to like a more powerful, echelon of like, whoa, they're important. They have kind of like an environment backing them. Now it's a slightly different rule with rifts, and more we've kind of like created these environments that are peppered in behind the characters and kind of enhance them. So it's not that they're always in some white void or anything like that, obviously. Um, but yeah, if I were to just kind of throw this character in like a night scene where the background is like really dark and I could do really cool, fun, dramatic lighting, it kind of throws off the rest of the set of characters, which is the thing. If we decided they were all in that situation, then that'd be great. We could do that, and work from that point. But, that's not the case for this character, so I need to kind of like design it with the potential that, okay, they're not going to have like a super dark background, so I need to kind of figure out how to balance the lighting how I want. Now, one thing I do know I want to do is like a backlight for this character. Um, I might try and light it so it's kind of more dusk, or like sunset kind of colors, and the way the ambience is lighting the character, and then obviously the fire is gonna kind of like be the primary lighting and really kind of like enhance it. So we'll get there. we're not gonna, start that kind of lighting right away. That's definitely more once I've established everything I need to, we can get there. Um, but yeah, so that's just some of the things that I kind of am thinking about. Um, yeah, so much for me not like rambling. Um, I should know better. I will always do my best to constantly ramble during these streams. Uh, as people have stated, they kind of equate my art stream to, MouseHunt's Bob Ross of just kind of hanging out and just listening to him ramble about whatever art stuff. And I like that. I definitely want that to be the vibe. Of just kind of like cool to hang out. You don't need to like be an artist or anything to just kind of, enjoy it. All right, so get some of these chompers in here. Missing a tooth there. Oop. Now, one thing to be cautious about with teeth is like rendering individual teeth. It can actually be kind of jarring um, when you have kind of more of a fun, cartoony vibe. Um, the world learned this lesson when Sonic, the movie trailers happened, and it was like so weird to see this, like, always just a cartoon character have like individual teeth. It was creepy. Um, and so they had to like alter the model. But yeah, do we have the mouse's tongue too? I wonder. Like, I'm not sure. Like, they are cackling. I'm trying to, like establish in my brain, what is happening with the mouth. We'll try it. Um, yeah, I think that might. Or if I do this, they look like they're just kind of like gutturally, like, you know. Because I think when they're laughing, the tongue actually kind of pulls, it like kind of like pulls back, flexes or whatever. So, I feel like it wouldn't really be as visible. But we'll go for it. And we do the like the Sonic thing where we like have hyper realistic gums and teeth. I don't want to subject you all to that. All right. Um, get like the little nose. Okay, I'm actually going to turn the sketch down. Does the mouse have vampire teeth? Um, I mean, I slightly was thinking about my teeth when I rendered these. Um, I have quite ridiculous eye teeth, the pointy ones, and actually that one there has like a tooth behind it. I actually have them stacked. I wasn't gonna do that to this mouse, but yeah, I wanted their teeth to be a little bit cray cray. But yeah, again, I don't want it to be like hyper realistic mouth and teeth. I just don't think that looks good. And my job is to make things look good. So that's my thought on that. I'm not gonna make you stare at hyper realistic mouth. Okay, so that I do want that ear to be visible, um, just to kind of like make it feel balanced. I might adjust the scarf. Um, I mean, maybe the head should be shifted over a little bit. Let's see, this is all the head here. So I'll make a folder out of it. So I don't kind of like misplace the layers. Okay. And if I lower that part of that kind of scarf, that'll maybe help make that work. Make the ear come up here, maybe? Pretty big ears, but hey, it's a mouse. Let's see. Try that. Okay. There we go. Now we get to see that ear. Okay. So what we'll want to do with the value structure is kind of like use it to draw the eye. So we're going to kind of choose how we want the contrast to work for us. Now the mouth is definitely one that has a fair amount of high contrast. You have like kind of that dark with the light teeth on top. Mouths, eyes, hands, those naturally draw our attention because we are, human, and those elements are something that we're kind of like programmed to pay attention to, right? They're important. They communicate things to us. So naturally, when we see those things, we look at those because that's gathering information. That's what our brain is trying to do constantly. So those will naturally kind of like hold your attention anyways. Like what is this character doing with their hands? That what is their actions? What is their expression? Stuff like that are just gonna automatically be something that you're gonna look at. So that's easy enough with that. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like how much of a priority do I want certain things to have? Like, so they're wearing this kind of gray shirt right now, and looking at it, I'm thinking, well, maybe if I want the leaf to be like darker, like a waxy kind of heavy leaf, which I'm kind of thinking I want to go in that direction more so, maybe I lighten the shirt and that becomes more of a highlight color. We have the fire. That's going to be, obviously some of the brightest stuff. So I need to kind of like factor all that in, and more of this. I'll just say what it is because I'll make it obvious soon. The bark that this character is burning. That's going to be, darker down here. So again, I think that what I need to do is block in, um, you know, the main structure before I can really address everything anyways. So we'll just keep going with that. Okay. at? Hmm. What are they up to? I wonder. Hmm. Alright. Maybe get a piece up here. Always so destructive, these mice. What are you doing, Charlie? You trying to knock that jar over? Give me that. Yeah. I have a like a lidded glass jar on a shelf that has catnip in it. And when it's nice and sunny, the cats like to kind of sneak back into that shelf area and just kind of like grind their face on the lid of that jar, and constantly shuffle it around on that shelf. Thankfully, there shouldn't be enough room for it to get knocked off. Um, but yeah, just got to be a little careful about that. Junky cats. Alright. It does look like he's like lit this thing and it's kind of going to drip something into his mouth, actually, doesn't it? Maybe I'll go for that. Okay. I'm going to try going for, yeah, more of the heavier, waxier looking leaf. So that'll be darker. But now the values are all very, very, very close together, right? So they kind of like blend together. In which case, I'm going to lighten up the shirt here. And now there's kind of like a fair amount of contrast between the pants and the shirt, which is fine. I think I'll kind of like give it a little more texture to this shirt here. Not trying to make them look like a referee or anything. Just trying to like give it some nice kind of texture, I guess. Yeah. Not sure I'm feeling that works well enough yet. Let's see. If I darken the mouse. Yeah, again, the scarf is kind of like an element that competes, right? So I think it'll work though. Yeah, I think this is maybe an okay range for it. Can have like nice highlights on it if it's like quite kind of waxy surface too. Um, which will help kind of communicate what it is, right? The texture and stuff. So I think that'll be fine. All right. So lighten up the hands. And the toes. And I'll make the tail a little more of this kind of flesh color. All right. Seems better. Again, we don't have like the main lighting going on anyways, so it's kind of like gonna feel pretty flat until we come in and work those elements in. So just so we know, it's missing kind of like those crucial elements that really kind of like make it read well. But yeah, in terms of like the value structure, I actually think I really want to make the leaves quite dark. Um, so let's see. If I make like a new luminosity layer and just kind of like really deepen those, and then lighten that up a bit. I think that's better. Yeah. Now the shirt is like very, it's like too much. That's fine. I'm gonna knock it back more now. I think as long as they're like relatively well valued compared to the stuff immediately beside it, that's good, right? So there's like a strong difference between the leaf and the shirt, probably too much, in fact. Yeah. All right. Get these toes. Okay, so I think at this point, we're getting to a point where having a little bit of the lighting kind of like introduced is going to do wonders for it, right? Does the mouse have sharp claws on its hands and feet? Often they do, yeah. Like, um, they're simplified to kind of like almost like the finger is the claw. Some characters they have fingernails and claws and stuff directly, but a lot of them it's just kind of like a sharp finger, and it's kind of like a style. A little kind of like simplified, monstrous concept in a way. Um, like these toes kind of like come out to more of a kind of like chisel tip. But yeah, it kind of depends on how kind of like close in we want to perceive. Yeah, that's kind of the general idea. Is I mean, like when things kind of come to sharp angles, aggressive points, and stuff like that, um, it tends to kind of like make them feel, more aggressive or dangerous or unwelcome. So like these fingertips, coming to a point like that, they just feel more threatening. Whereas if they were all like stumpy and round and soft looking, would not be as aggressive a character, right? Good old shape language. Okay, so let us. I think we're gonna block in maybe like some of the fire, and then I'm gonna like give just like a really rough kind of like, all right, here's what the fire is doing in the scene, the light effect, and then I want to come back and like kind of like balance the ambience and the overall kind of like lighting structure. Because until I do that, it's gonna be kind of awkward, I think. Cool. All right. So, I think I do want to have a little bit of atmosphere to make the light kind of the fire kind of stand out and glow. Because if you try and create a light source on a white background, it's weird because technically you have to darken the that area that's casting light to kind of even tell that message of like, hey, there's some kind of source here. It has a yellow red glow, um, and you're literally like darkening those pixels to communicate that, so it kind of makes it not work. But if it has like even a little bit of kind of like darker value behind it to back it, then you can make those source pixels lighter than the background, and suddenly it's like, yes, that is brighter. So yes, it feels like it is glowing with light. um, so I'm gonna kind of like get a smoky haze going, I think. Let's see, probably have, that's not the brush. I think I have a dust brush that I brought in, dust cloud that I brought in from my Photoshop days. And so this is kind of the soot coming off of the flame, right? The impurities that the flame is kind of like burning through this stuff and releasing um, this ash and carbon into the gaseous air, carries it away with the heat, the wind. Um, yeah, we don't want to overdo it necessarily. I'm just trying to like give enough backing so that I can have flame glowing on top, right? probably pretty good there. Maybe even too far, which is fine because again, it's one of those. And I don't know about saying again. This isn't something I've said this stream, but it is something that I'll like bring up. Um, it's often a good idea when you're kind of like developing a piece of artwork to intentionally push something too far, farther than it needs to be, to kind of like know where to pull back from, right? So, if I'm kind of like going to add a light source or a shadow or something like that, it's sometimes what I like to do is kind of like overdo it and then I pull it back to where it's correct. Because if you just kind of like sneak up to where you think it's supposed to be, you might not actually push it far enough. Probably don't need to go too crazy with the ash details yet, but why not throw it in there while I was on that layer. Okay, so I'm going to throw a layer on top of this, and let's get some fire going. Over the years, I have drawn a fair share of fire, and I kind of always have, very simple kind of just patterny way of doing it. Symbol. It's like a symbol of fire, right? Like it may not be the most accurate depiction, but it's one that I think works well. I enjoy it. I don't think it's not super accurate or anything, but yeah, like sometimes I'll kind of like be working on a way of rendering a thing that I'm just used to that, and then I like actually look at some source of that thing and realize like what, I'm kind of like drawing it the way that it works in my head, and it's not actually very accurate. So it's not a bad idea to kind of like check that every once in a while. Like a lot of people, I mean every artist, I believe, when they're kind of like learning to draw faces and they kind of get comfortable enough and they start kind of like drawing them from no reference from memory or from like their imagination or whatever. They kind of like have these kind of like symbols of like, this is what an eye looks like, this is what a mouth looks like, and they kind of like draw it the same way. And when you kind of end up doing that, sometimes it's fine to have like those ideas and the styles and stuff like that, but sometimes what that can do is you're not looking at the form behind it that's really kind of like creating that object and thinking about like how that works. And so you end up kind of creating like not that I have a problem with it, but like anime eyes, where if you actually kind of like look at those, they don't atomic like work anatomically. And it's fine, but if you're kind of like trying to reference something and you want it to kind of like work with the principles behind what it actually is, it's always a good idea to have reference, to just kind of like you know keep yourself from just defaulting to the same way you always draw it, and thinking about it and kind of like looking at that. Now, I mean, this advice is kind of more on the like, you're trying to be realistic about things, and I don't think that's always useful. Often, I actually think it's a good idea, and this is something I've adapted more and more. Um, it's actually totally fine and great to kind of like know how that thing works and like understand it well enough that you can kind of use, like build it with the proper structures, but then just kind of do your own thing with it and make it more interesting and stylized and stuff. But like, if you only rely on kind of like your ideas in your head and your style, and you don't really kind of like figure it out, um, then you can't necessarily like push it further. So, you know, I am pulling up fire, reference of fire. It's not like I haven't seen fire, but like, um, I think it's a good idea to just kind of like, look at some of it and, be like, all right, so this is how it can look in different situations, different scales, stuff like that. You know, uh, yeah, ramble, ramble, ramble. Um, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think about with it is very much kind of the way that the oxygen is pulling into this thing that is consuming it, and that actually kind of like creates flow and like you know currents and eddies and swirling and stuff like that. Um, and like that's why a lot of my like symbols of fire have those like wick like shapes and stuff like that. Um, and yeah, I just you know maybe it's just me, but I find it fun to kind of explore that, why I kind of do things the way I do, challenging it. Um, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the sketch. Not that it's interfering with this portion very much, but um, what I tend to do with fire when I render it is I tend to have the innermost parts be the brightest glow. And then I kind of have um, it go orange and red, and like the further it's radiated out from that kind of like core, the kind of dimmer it becomes and the more color rich it is. Um, and one of the things that I think I need to kind of like think about more is like when it's swirling in the air, you're actually like getting, the this plasma kind of like pulling around and condensing at the edges and stuff as it's kind of like getting kind of like ripped around. And so like at the edges of these swirls, I feel like that's where it could be more intense and more of that kind of bright yellow glow right at those like edges, like a river kind of like ripping around, or like a current in a stream, where it's hitting that bank and curving, it's maybe that's those edges there, and we can really brighten that up. And like having more of these kind of streaks going through it. This is something that I don't tend to do either. I tend to kind of like make it like a smear of glow. Um, but maybe I kind of play with this idea here and see where it takes me. Yeah, I also think of it as like particles in a particle generator where they have like, if you've ever played with particle generators and whatever, like 3D animation software or game or who knows what, they're all over the place, but um, you can kind of set things like the life, um, like the duration of how you know long these particles live for, and like what they go through. They may start bright and kind of dim out into like a different color or whatever, and they can travel at these speeds and live for these ranges of time. And I kind of think of flame that same way, right? Like they're particles, and so like the embers that kind of float off, they're the same thing. The elements of flame that start at the bottom are at the beginning of their life cycle, and they're kind of flowing upward. Um, so the further it gets away from the fire source, the fuel, the kind of like dimmer and you know older that particle has become. And they range, they're not all the same. Yeah. Anywho, that's some stuff about fire. I'm not sure that I like it being kind of this style of flame. I might kind of go back to more of a kind of like how I like to just default render it. where it's more kind of clumping of these glows. But another thing I can do just to see what it does is hit it with like a glow kind of layer and just kind of add some intensity, punch it up here and there, right? Okay, so I just want to like get a hint of this fire going. So I have some kind of points of like, here is, you know, a light source of some kind. This flame. By the way, I am going to be streaming, you know, for, you know, the day in terms of kind of like how art streams go. So I will be taking lunch in about 40 minutes. It'll be an hour-long lunch. I will put up a timer so you'll know when I return. I'll have a layer link for you when I return as well. All that good stuff. And we'll go for a while after that. Probably not like, you know, super duper late. I'm going blacksmithing tonight. Want to have some energy for that, and I need to kind of like not cook my brain on stream all for like 8 hours kind of thing. But yeah, should be a good lengthy one because we got so much we can do with this character. Okay, so we have this kind of glowy light source, right? It's, you know, has a bit of glow compared to the environment behind it. It's not incredibly dramatic. I might push that further to really kind of like be like, this is a light source. But something that I'm thinking about now is taking the whole character, so the mouse, and casting a shadow over the whole thing. And this is more just kind of like, will this work how I think it might? I'm not totally certain. So I'm going to take the whole mouse folder. And no, I don't want that to be a draft layer. I want it to be separate from that folder. It's not in the sketch folder. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to set that to multiply. Let's see. I'm going to take like a blue color and just kind of like go over the whole character here. And let's just see what this does to kind of like drop this kind of like blue, you know, twilight shadow onto the character, right? So if you like filled in the background, and actually, you know, I'm going to try this. I don't know if it'll be a good call, but this is something I do with some drawings where I like have a gray background, and again, this really see how much more like lit that fire is, right? With that contrast of like a darker background really lets you kind of like punch with these light sources. So now it looks like glowing flame, right? Unfortunately, the like categorical group of characters I don't think is going to be able to run with this kind of background, right? So, you know, I may be able to pull a bit more of this kind of like darker gray behind it and excuse that in different ways, make it work with the group. But yeah, just so you know, like this works great, but as a set of characters might interfere. Anyways, so I have this multiply layer on top, right, to kind of like create the shadow. And now what I can do is using this, go in and actually just erase where I want this light source to be kind of like hitting the character, this backlighting from the flame here. It's a fun technique. I like kind of there's different modes of doing this where uh, one way I like to do it is I throw the whole character into, you know, a situation with no lighting. They are in the shade, right? There is no direct lighting on them, just the ambient like sky but like in shadow. So it looks similar to this. And then I paint like all the light on top and I erase away where there's kind of like cast shadows and interesting stuff like that. Works very well. This one is a different direction where I start, where I'm I'm the opposite. I'm erasing the shadow away and revealing, the light. Um, Both are kind of similar in terms of kind of like what they provide, but it's a very useful technique, and you know mainly a digital one. It's perhaps harder to do traditionally, but maybe you can kind of like figure out ways to use something similar to capture the same you know benefits. But yeah, so basically, I'm imagining, okay, this flame down here is probably going to be doing a fair amount of the work here, at least on this side of the character, whereas this one, as we get closer here, it's going to have more impact. Fire tends to have a very quick fall off of its like how powerful those lumens are. The candlelight um, does not reach far. Even this elbow, it'll get light from that down there, but it's not going to be nearly as kind of powerful as if the object were a lot closer. So I'm finding that, yeah, this technique of kind of like throwing the shadow over it and then erasing away to reveal the lit area isn't quite working as well because I don't have much of the lighting established on the character. So we're not revealing. Oh no, actually, it's because I'm painting. Oops. Thought I was erasing. Apparently, I was painting. I was like, why does it feel like it's darkening those areas? That seemed wrong. It was. It was wrong. All right. Smudge that around. Okay, so that's a little better. I was wondering what was up. It seemed like it was broken. But yeah, it still is kind of like not the most effective way to do this, I feel. But it's a good way to block in your kind of like lighting structure and really kind of like solve some of the stuff quickly. So it's not terrible. I'm just going to let that tail, ooh, that just did the opposite. I'm like, I don't want it to disappear into the background. So it going darker is better, but that's also because I'm using this background right now, which I don't think I'll be able to keep the whole time. Okay. Now, with this ear here, it's actually me like casting a shadow to like block. All right, I need to set that so I get the correct color. Here we go. Because this ear is casting a shadow onto this cheek, right? Same with that arm kind of blocking the light. So, we get some interesting pickups with the light here, but I don't think it's enough to like really help this character read how I want it to. These thin ears, I always like to kind of like get some light scattering through them, like the subsurface scattering with the skin, the tail, and stuff like that can get it too. A nice way to do that is to basically at the edge of where the highlight is kind of falling off, the terminator of where photons are no longer striking the surface directly. If it's a nice strong light and the material it allows light to scatter through it. The light is like doing that everywhere that the light's hitting, like especially on the side facing the fire directly. You know, there's a lot of photons hitting that directly, so it's scattering around under there. But there is already this light bouncing off the surface that kind of like, you know, is brighter than the light glowing out of the skin, so you don't notice that. But like where it falls into shadow, suddenly just at that very edge, you get more of this kind of scatter. Um, and because it's traveling through this material, the skin, and inside the skin is like these blood vessels and all that, you do get the light kind of like picking up those colors and bringing them to the surface. So you get like really kind of like rich reds through thin areas of skin because of the blood vessels and stuff like that, right? Um, you know, you got to keep it relative to the values as well. So I want that edge of the ear to really kind of have a more kind of like pronounced um, rim light. Same with like the arm here and the hand. And I can kind of really carve out those shapes using some like very dramatic lighting there. So that I think will be useful to do. One of the things I don't like doing is actually like having all these layers that are kind of like importantly structured. Like this layer is this object and it's separated because it's a different layer. I can work on that without interfering with anything else. When I like step up an entire folder and I start doing effects on all of that, it kind of annoys me because then, you know, anything I do on the specific layers below, like I need to account for all those, you know, like this shadow multiply layer over top. Um, and it's harder to kind of like go down into kind of like this layer here where the body is and do what I want, you know, specifically with like, ooh, I'm going to get like a nice highlight edge here. Now this should work, but in general, it's kind of like an annoying thing to kind of like do really dramatic things on folders. Um, but I'll make it work. And honestly, it gets to a point where uh, I'll just kind of flatten it and make peace with that. Because like I achieved what I wanted to with kind of those layers, and I'm fine kind of building off of that kind of idea. So, ramble, ramble, ramble. Okay, so same thing with the tail here. Oh, that's another layer, isn't it? Yep, down here. Yeah, getting, you know, more dramatic with these rim lights will kind of like add, you know, wow, like the drama in this. There's kind of a mood created by this lighting. It's like underlit, it's backlit, it's dynamic and interesting. Now, the biggest concern I have is when I turn off this gray backdrop, what's going to happen with like the like story here, you know? I don't think it's terrible. Okay. I think I need to like play more carefully with value structure and stuff, but I think we can make that work. So not too bad. Okay. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I feel like it's easier to work with the gray, and then you know, as long as when I turn it off, it still kind of like reads in a way that I want it to. I'm good. And if it drifts too far, I'll just kind of deepen the soot kind of floating behind, and that should kind of pull it to where I need it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. So we got half an hour before I go on lunch break. Yeah. Sorry, I've been like totally ignoring the chat as I tend to do. Um, Let me see what I've missed. Yeah, one of the things I've learned, someone mentioned like rambling because you're passionate about it. Absolutely true. Um, I I've been teaching a leatherworking workshop, and it's been for members of a makerspace I'm a part of. I've done 3 workshops, each is like 4 to 5 hours long. Um, and I found I really enjoy just kind of teaching. Um, and everyone that has kind of given me feedback on it, it's been like really constructive, very good and useful. Like, okay, you should do this differently and improve this, and it's all honest and awesome. But what's really lovely is everyone said like it was really engaging. Like you were really, I got caught up in it. Like I felt, excited to do this stuff. And I remember when I was in school having teachers that really, really believed in the thing they were teaching and like were passionate about it. Like I remember forever hating French. Like just could not wrap my head around learning another language. I wasn't interested in it. Um, and I like was falling behind because in Canada you have to take French. It's mandatory for up to like certain years, and and I struggled with it, and that made me dislike it even more, right? And then I had like a really good teacher who was passionate about it, and like I don't know, I caught that bug, and for those semesters I was learning, and then like I was really enjoying it. I was looking forward to it even, and then I had a really bad teacher again, and it just killed it for me. I lost that passion and like literally forgot things. Um, so and I've had a lot of like wow, that was an amazing teacher, and like it made me inspired to like follow these things and do these things, and like it literally shaped the course I took in my life. Um, so I think that's one of the coolest and most important things in teaching is like really feeling that passion, and I feel like that's something I do feel when I just stream. I am passionate about the things I talk about. Um, I'm, I've been working on MouseHunt for 17 years, and I am still passionate about it. I still love it, and it's important to me. And I care deeply about it more than I imagine some people think would be healthy or whatever. I don't know. Like it's a deep need for it to be the best it can be, and right for people and healthy and all that stuff. Um, I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just a very passionate person, I suppose. But I'm very privileged to get to like be a part of the thing that I have that passion for, and get to have a little platform here every other week where I get to share that. At least a part of it. Like one of my biggest passions that I don't get to reveal on the stream so much is in like the designs, the game designs, and like mechanics and balance and those things. And though we get it wrong, I'm passionate about learning from that and like improving it further. And um, yeah, I butt heads with the developers, and we disagree on things, and I am very you know stuck to the things I really believe in, and sometimes that can be frustrating. But yeah, it matters that much to me as a thing. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I've been teaching this leatherworking workshop, and I've been really discovering how much I enjoy teaching. So that's cool, and yeah, I think it's because I'm passionate about it. So that's nice. Um, just a random tangent. Thank you for that. All right, let's see. Just checking out the chat. Sorry, I have to spoil. Terrible teenager mouse. Yes, it's it. That's it. Yeah, yeah. It went from the terrible twos to the terrible teenager. I guess they would be 17 now, right? Um, yeah, Bookburn. Yeah, we were still talking about like who is this mouse? What are they doing? Charmander. Yep. Tail wrapping in gasoline. Yep. Um, Scarf for a mouse surrounded by fire. I mean, they seem kind of reckless. They're standing in, a pile of the thing that they're burning and cackling. while holding a thing that's on fire. I don't think that they're, you know, all that concerned about, getting licked with fire. Um, yeah, talking about art shortcuts and techniques and stuff. Oh, good. Yeah, you, Xanthor. Sorry, I'm like really looking far back in the chat. I'm terrible at keeping up with it, but I appreciate all the like conversation. But yeah, Xanthor been using Clip Studio for years now, still learning new stuff. I as well. There is just like a lot of depth that it has. It has its own limitations. All art programs do. But I have really found that the things I get to figure out with it are like, wow, that's actually really clever and fun. I wish it had different things from different programs, but that's always the case, right? Like Photoshop used to be like amazing at doing all kinds of awesome stuff. It still is the best at doing certain things for what I do in my flow, but like for the most part, it's gotten to a point where it now frustrates me with like how it works with this and that, and it just like it it doesn't work nearly as well as Clip Studio for a lot of the things, especially like the painting tools themselves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is art for a reason, though interesting aspect to learn how shade forms can complement compositions exactly. And these are things that I learned like after I was an established professional artist. I've kind of like um, I'm always trying to grow and learn more. Um, we had like, and every once in a while we do kind of like a little team art, like knowledge share thing where we'll just be like, hey, like, so you probably all know this stuff already, but here's the technique that I use, or here's like a cool tool that I created that lets me do this easily, or like here's how I think about this kind of like structure in creating art, and like we share these things, and a lot of the time we're like, oh, wait, you can do that, even though we think it's like, oh, this is probably something you already do. But like it's so interesting to kind of like work with a team where we all can like create very harmonious pieces that like really fit together well, and like there's this kind of like design philosophy that like really does kind of like you can look at the artwork and you can be like, okay, I'm pretty sure that this artist made that, but at the same time, like they all work so well together, and so like when you work on a team that can do that, you kind of probably end up, at least I do, I end up kind of like with this idea where it's like, oh, we'll probably work similar, like but like when I've kind of dug into each other's files and we like really look at things, it's like, whoa, you have a totally different way of approaching this. And so it's cool to learn that stuff. And we like sometimes kind of like, yeah, share like, here's a cool trick or how to like look at this and like break it down. Like something that we've, and a lot of artists kind of like don't think about and kind of overlook. And something that specifically MouseHunt designed, especially because of the way the traps are laid out, like ellipses and like perspective on those and like where they should be kind of like turning and how to think about that. Um, it surprised me when Liz kind of like brought this up and like was showing examples of like, here's how we've done this, and technically this is incorrect, like how it's laid out here. And like when we look at it, we're like, this looks fine. But then when it's pointed out, we're like, oh gosh, like that is ridiculously wrong. Yeah, you're right. Um, and like a lot of it is because it's like stylistically this looks awesome, and we want to show the horizon here and like have this thing kind of like in that situation. It looks fun and cool. And then like, okay, how do we like figure out how to solve that and make that use the correct ellipses and adjust those things and still make it work stylistically and all that. So it's been interesting, and yeah, like we're always all learning is my point. We like, I don't think an artist ever, fully learns everything they want to at the end. So, you can be 61, you can be 40, you can be 16, you can be, like 98, and you can still kind of discover things and explore it and get excited about those things. And it's awesome to do that. So, This is the Jacob mouse, the manic, passionate, like, look, fire! I love it. Maybe. It does look like gonna like yeah melt cheese on this like slab and have it drip into their mouth. Maybe I'll do that because it'd be kind of fun. Yeah, fire eater. Yeah. Is this mouse for folklore or Christmas? So yeah, this mouse is for folklore. It is like a new permanent area. I don't want to talk about any specifics yet. We'll have time with this. There's a lot of characters to create. Um, so we'll definitely kind of like reveal more and more as we kind of develop more characters, and you get to see more about who these characters are, what they're about. Um, the campfire dancer mouse. That's fun. Yeah, I like it. Charcoal bearer, arson mouse. Oh, okay. How does lighting work in a scene like this? Do you need fire in front to light the mouse, or do you have other tricks? So, in general, what I like to think about when I'm kind of creating any artwork, and this is a more kind of advanced lighting thing, but like I think that every artist will get to a point where they should think about this. Um, you want to, and I wouldn't say it's like advanced at all. I would say it's kind of more like when you're at the point where you're kind of like rendering light and thinking about light sources. And I think that every artist should do this. Even if you're like doing just simple comics where it's like flat, cell shaded, and stuff like that. Light tells so much of the story. It's so important. Like, even without the environment in the piece, it can communicate the environment. Even without, like music and language and like expression, lighting can tell you the emotion you should feel and think about. Like it's a very powerful tool. So you need to like set yourself up to be able to like work off those. And the way that I think about lighting is I like to start from ambience, and that means it's like what is the room's light without direct light sources. So remove any direct light sources. No sun, no lamps, no like fire glow, no nothing. But you're in a room, you're in the sky, open, field, whatever it is, and like it's lit by those sources. So like it's midday, so the sky is you know a nice clear blue, or it's overcast and the clouds are like dispersing light and it's a very soft lit environment. No sunlight directly on the character, no glow from any direct light source, but like what is the environment reflecting onto the character? So, in this situation, like if I turn off the interesting thing is the way that I shaded this. I like reversed the shadow. If I'd masked it, I could have turned that off. Um, Actually, here, let me do this. So I'm going to grab this color, set that back to multiply. I'm going to duplicate it, turn that off, and just completely fill it. And then turn off my fire. Okay. So this is more so the uh, ambient lighting for this character. It's darker out, it's hazy. We got this like blue twilight glow. It's like the moon is lighting this character, right? So no direct light sources are happening on them. And that's where I start. You should be able to kind of see the forms, but they should be kind of like, you know, as in the shadow as you can get it. I think that's kind of where I like to start. And then I'll kind of like introduce a light and kind of like, often it'll be kind of like, an overhead light, the kind of sky, the sun kind of like main light source or something like that. And then I tend to have like at least one other like key light, something that like accents the language of the piece that I want to communicate, the emotion, like having a rim light that's like under the character can really kind of like add drama and kind of like help reveal forms and push those out and show those and really kind of like, you know, make it read better, right? So this is, our rim light kind of like coming out. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where like you can just kind of render with all the light sources in mind, and that's fine. That's how I used to do MouseHunt artwork, and it was fast. But like I wouldn't necessarily get really good lighting effects off things. I'd kind of, they'd have 3D forms. It'd look decent, but you don't get as much of this kind of drama and communication of like what you can if you kind of build your lights up from shadow to blah to blah to blah, and you just kind of like build them on top of each other. And like using digital tools, you can do things like having it be like a lighten layer or screen or glow, and then when those lights overlap on top of each other, they can literally like add to the brightness of that, and then they kind of interact, and it's good stuff. And like the color of the lights matter too. So like with fire, obviously the light I want it to be like really hot and warm. So that means that the shadows relatively should be cool. To kind of like have that nice contrast. So that's why I have that kind of like bluer, twilighty kind of ambience. And then yeah, of course, like when you're thinking of your value structure, like it's important that those values stay relative to the material. So, I have this light gray shirt, and when I have shadow on it, I don't want it to be like black. Um, I want it to be like a dark gray. The range goes from this intensity of highlight on the gray to this like shadow of the gray. But then when I go to the pants, which are like really dark, I'll like move down to that range of values. So like the highlights are basically the deepest shadows of the light shirt, right? So that range is still kind of like you know a captured kind of group of value, and that kind of idea, and that helps you kind of like allow them to be blocked, kind of like what I was showing with the grouping of values here. Like this creature in the bat example in the bottom left, it is going from the darkest dark to the lightest light, right? There is the range of values is the entire white to black. It's the whole range, and then same with the character, same with the stones, the sky. They all encompass like brightest bright to darkest dark, and like every material can kind of like go all the way back and forth, and that kind of makes it chaotic. But then in the like here's how you should think about using it, like those are kind of like constricted. So like the higher value stuff can only go so dark, the medium value stuff can only go so light, and etc. And so like that is one way to think about kind of the grouping of those values. I don't even know how I got on that tangent. It's a very tangenty day. You're welcome. Hopefully it's interesting. Yeah. So yeah, basically yeah, the shirt. It will have like areas where it will go like fully, you know, into deep shadows, but that's only because of like absolute occlusion, where there is just like wrinkles that prevent all light from getting in there, and those will be like really only just like right up in those edges where it overlaps. And even then, I don't want it to go like black. I want it to be just the darkest part of that shirt. So yeah, art. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like people who tune into this are, you know, not necessarily artists themselves. So I don't know how useful any of this is, but hopefully you find it like fun and interesting. Um, I feel like that's kind of my brain. Like, even if I don't know this medium, and people are just like sharing, oh, this is how this works. I'll be like, cool. I want to know more, even though I'm not using this. So hopefully that's the kind of people that tune in and enjoy that. But yeah, so as I was saying like a little while back, I don't like kind of like dealing with an entire group of individual layers that all do important things and then just kind of slapping one kind of like adjustment layer on top of the whole thing. It's a little bit difficult to work with, but it's not terrible. I can make it work. Um, yeah, like for example, if I want to get the edge of this leaf here lit, I need to be careful I don't overlap and go into the ear, right? But like at the same time, maybe stylistically that looks cool that it's actually like getting that ear color on that edge of the leaf. Who knows, But like it's harder to keep it clean is my point. Um, One way to kind of like maybe improve this would have been to uh, use a clipping mask as the eraser. That way I can kind of like paint back where I messed up here. So it's fine because I have the actual color I'm wanting to use here. Um, yeah, if it was, a range of colors on that layer, this would be a bit harder to do, but with a mask, it's not, because it's non-destructive erasing. Yeah, at any rate, we're going to be coming up on lunch in like 8 minutes, so I'm just kind of like figuring out the broad strokes of how I want to tackle the next steps on this. And I think that what I need to think about is kind of like, all right, what am I going to need to do next with this piece, right? Next steps, next steps. I think it will be just kind of like pushing the lighting. Um, Bringing out forms. Like I think that the leaf, if I kind of help really reveal what that texture looks like, kind of deciding on features like the details. Like I'm kind of like, oh, maybe they'd look, fun with suspenders. Maybe I want more wrinkles in the shirt. I want like the edge of the shirt to have more of a highlight because like it's a white shirt. It should really kind of like capture a bit of that like fiery glow, right? Um, right? Like it would make sense that this kind of like light gray shirt would really reflect those colors. Uh, you know, even in like this can be used to like help show some of these like wrinkles and stuff. Oop, is not working on the mask, which I thought I was. Oops. All right. Well, yeah. Greetings, Harpy. Um, Biophysicist. Many people in research struggle with colors and making figures with a clear point. These ramblings help me draw the eye to regions of interest when rendering protein structures. Awesome. I love it. Um, that's fantastic. That yeah, I mean like the reality is you're trying to, and this is for like graphic design, it's for, all kinds of things. It's just like if you want to draw the eye, think about contrast and like how to use contrast to your advantage in terms of kind of like and there's so many different ways of thinking about composition. Contrast is just one of those. When you have, a group of similar shapes and one of those shapes is different, our pattern recognition brains are going to be like, what's that? If it's a different color from all the rest, what's that? If it's like, you know, um, muted gray blocks on like a dark background, and one of those blocks is lighter, that has higher contrast. It's going to draw the eye. If it has hard, crisp edges and all the rest are a little bit blurred, it's now in focus. You're going to draw your attention to that. All those things can really instantly just hack your eyes and just you go there. Um, and like the interesting thing is when you use these principles and you balance them well, it just looks more aesthetically pleasing. It doesn't even need to look like, an accurately cool thing or, tell an amazing story. But like when you're using these tools in effective ways, and what it's about is about kind of like having balance in something you're looking at. If the whole thing is like really chaotic and there's no like hierarchy of like you should look at this and that's background information, you don't need to pay as much attention to it. You can go look at it after and like absorb it, but like here's what I want you to look at, and then you can drift around and the rest is kind of like rest. If you have areas of rest, if you have negative space, if you have kind of high focal points and low focal points, it will feel more aesthetically pleasing to look at. If there's no focal point, or it's all grabbing your attention all the time and it's kind of chaotic, it's going to feel noisy and it's actually going to look less pleasing to look at because it's just taxing on your brain to try and absorb, right? Like our brains really love being able to like instantly read something and understand or make assumptions about things. So one of the things that's important also in like the art world is being able to kind of like create a silhouette that communicates what it is, because again, pattern recognition machines, that's what our brains are. If you see a shape and it's just kind of like the outline of it, it's filled in, totally opaque, the MouseHunt silhouettes for a mouse you haven't caught. If you can look at that and instantly kind of recognize what it is you are looking at, your brain is going to appreciate that. If it's not clear, which this one might have some of that kind of like, until I kind of balance things with the stack and the fire, it might not read super clear. We can test this though. But those are all things that our brain really cares about, like the instant readability, the like harmony of the whole thing. One thing I've learned over the years, more recently, in fact, is just like aesthetics are way more important than I thought. I used to be very much in the camp of everything needs to be like hyper realistic, and that's the most important thing. Like really making sure things look correct and accurate, and follow the rules of lighting and like texture, and like it's fine to really care about that stuff. It's interesting, but if you can do something clever with your textures, your lighting, your simplifying of shapes, then I think you can actually make an even more compelling and stronger piece. So here, now we've been looking at this already all day, so we know what this character is. But like now, if I were to present you with this, okay, it looks like some kind of creature, hanging off the ceiling, but I can clearly see these claws and they're like, posing and kind of like coiled. Something's happening, right? Like, but I can look at this and I'm like, okay, that's like an arm, that's the torso and legs, that's clearly a tail then. I'm not maybe sure what's going on with the head here. Maybe they have like a weird jester collar with like a strange, like turnip haircut or whatever, right? Like that might not be clear, but like my brain is like, that's a character. They're in this pose. Cool. Like I'm comfortable with that. Um, so like the silhouette is important. If they were like all balled up and like their limbs weren't extended and it's just kind of like this lump of kind of like shape, I, wouldn't necessarily like have a read on that. And so again, that's just another, like there's so many that I will constantly return to and talk about, but it is another one of those things like the faster and more cleanly you can get a piece to read, and the more kind of like, this is what you should look at, this is rest. You can just, you know, relax about this. We don't need to go crazy with detail and kind of contrast. The more aesthetically pleasing it will look, because our brains are attracted to things that are easy to read. And the easier it is to read, the more aesthetically pleasing it is. That's why like cartoons work so good. They're designed to be simple and clean and effective, and they're fun. Um, I mean, one of the reasons why they are the way they are, but obviously another one is faster to animate, cheaper, etc. But yeah, anywho, it is lunchtime now. 2 o'clock will be when I return. It's 1 right now. 101, at least my time. Anyways, I will put up a timer to let you know when I'm going to return. We will continue rendering this old chap, um, and it should be pretty fun and interesting. I'm going to turn these back up to where they were. Oh, you know what? I should probably save this file, huh? There you go, saving it. Um, so I'm going to put up a little time lapse of the piece, and there's like a sketch I was exploring before this one didn't really work. Um, so yeah, we'll see that. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So putting up a timer, you'll know exactly when I return, and we will continue from whence we left. But yeah, until then, have a good little break. See you in an hour. All right. Bye. Oh my goodness. I was seconds late. How dare I? How dare. Hello, welcome back. Lunch is done. We return. Sorry, I was sanding and oiling some axe throwing axe handles that I made, and had to wash the oil off my hands. So just in the nick of time. All right. Pardon me. Ah, has a Wild Bunch train robbers vibe. Reminds me of the Dangerous Duo with explosives instead of guns. Yeah, actually, kind of does have that vibe. Good call. I see it now. All right. So now that we are back from lunch, I will provide the Larry link. Just give me a second to grab it. There you are. Copy. And in the chat, I shall paste. Boom. Grab your 3 empowered Super Brie Plus and enjoy. Alright. There was an interesting question that came up. Has there been a time when you designed a mouse but had to redesign it due to input from the team? That doesn't tend to happen. I'm sure it has, like once or twice, but I think usually something maybe in that vein would be I would share a character that I'm trying to develop, and I'd be like, I don't feel like it's working. I need input. And then like someone will kind of like make a suggestion, and I'm like, you know what, that's a good idea. And then I end up kind of like using that input and end up just like redesigning the character. So that's definitely happened. And that's kind of even what happens on stream here, where like I'll get ideas and input, and it takes me in a whole other direction from where I thought I was going to go with it. But it's not something where like someone's rendered out, you know, a whole character, and we'd be like, nah, doesn't work. I don't like it. Let's scrap it and start again. I mean, I know that's something that happens in various studios where someone will like develop something up and then it changes direction and they just have to kind of like do away with that work. But yeah, I mean, like the flow that we work with, it's more open to just kind of like wherever we want to take it. The artists have a shocking amount of free reign, and we trust each other as a team to kind of like be like, oh, you know, okay, cool, like take it in a direction you figured out. Doesn't, you know, it's your call. And like something that we have been doing with kind of like more areas and more recently, I suppose, at least over a year, you know, the length of the project is kind of like trying to be more intentional about the style and direction of the characters. And so there are cases where it's like, okay, you know, I like this character's idea, but we still need you to kind of like tweak some elements to make it, you know, fit with the group and have those distinct, you know, signatures that make it belong to that group. And so, you know, that's an element. And, you know, maybe when like it's like, oh, for, you know, the table of contents and stuff like that, like everybody had like pages of writing on the character somewhere. You know, maybe someone had kind of created a character and it didn't have that, and then, you know, they're like, oh yeah, right, I gotta add that, and then it ended up kind of like, ooh, you know what, I'm gonna like change their outfit completely, because I had a fun idea with using the paper this way, to make a totally different outfit, and that changed it. But yeah, No, it's like definitely more of an organic kind of like iterative thing where um, if we're confident and like happy with the direction the character is going, then it's rarely needs kind of like nudging in any other direction. Usually, what the artist produces is like that's awesome, that's perfect. Also, because we like kind of figure this out early on, like the previous weeks we were concepting and discussing the direction and the ideas we have for these characters and what we want them to represent and how to communicate those things and what design elements we're going to kind of utilize to do just that. And so it's like figuring out that game plan ahead of time helps with kind of like avoiding any kind of wasted work and stuff like that. And obviously, like we'll still have times where it's like, oh, right, I forgot to kind of like communicate this thing. Let me just add that in or tweak this to make it, deliver on that idea. Um, yeah, but yeah, not really anything I can think of where it's like totally scrapped a design and recreated it as something else. It's probably happened, but yeah, it's lost on me what that might have been. Yeah. So I keep coming back to this where it's like I don't like kind of covering over a whole piece with like a whole folder of specific shapes um, with like one layer. It's fine when it's like close to the end and you're just doing some color correction and stuff like that. That's much more acceptable. But like when you're still kind of like really doing the base rendering of everything, it like makes it so much more frustrating to like do color selection and all that because you have to account for the modification that comes from the layers above it. And like doing selection, like there's a way to make it so you won't select it, and that's fine. Um, but it's just more kind of trouble than it's worth, in my opinion. So what I'm gonna do, and I've done this in the past when I've kind of like done quick like lighting shifts where it's like, okay, I block up everything. I do one layer above all these pieces that I like broke out into their individual layers, and I just wanted to block in the lighting. What I've done is I've taken that like shadow layer that I applied to the whole folder and then I like duplicated it and applied it to every single layer within. And that does make it a little more tedious, but at the same time, I regain all that like control from my layers. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to copy this over and just hide it here, the top. I'll have it there as, if I need it. But then go through and just duplicate it onto each of the specific layers. And this one, yeah, I'm going to have to go. I mean, this one I can do over the whole head, I suppose. I just need to set that to normal. Well, even so, I kind of want that specific control. So I am actually going to go in and just do this, do this. I mean, maybe, I wonder. Actually, maybe Clip Studio has a cool trick I haven't explored. Can I apply this layer? Okay, now that would be applying the mask. It's fine. It'd be cool if I could just apply this layer to all the layers within the folder. Convert layer? No. That'd be like a really neat feature, but I'm not surprised that I don't see anything. Surprised I haven't looked for this before. I can't think of any programs that do this though, but like out of the art programs, it wouldn't surprise me if Clip Studio was one that had this little technique. Okay. And I'll check the layer submenu here just in case. Layer settings. Clip to layer below, yeah. No. I mean, I guess there's like things like reference layer. Maybe I could use it that way. Convert layer. Just check that. Merge. No. Alright. That's fine. I'll continue on this path. Alright, so just duplicate this down, and then I'm honestly just going to merge them in some places. Maybe not all of the places. That, and done. Okay, so now it is being moved into individual layers, and I can just kind of nuke these. This can go onto the ear, like the head layer, because I believe it's just for these ears. Sure. Alright, cool. It's got a lot more layers now, but more manageable. Alright, so I want the leaf scarf thing to have more of this kind of waxy highlight action. Because it's waxy, it's going to be reflective, right? Catch those highlights. And then it's also thin. You know, the membrane of the leaf is going to have the light kind of scatter through it. And you'll be able to kind of like see these cells kind of light up. Now, how dramatically that should be happening? Probably not super dramatically. But if it tells a better, you know, story by kind of pushing it, then I'm fine with that, you know. I want it to look cool, and that's more important than realism. The rule of cool. So I'm going to push it further than it should be. Like, I'm going to push it too far, and then I can always just start pulling it back until I'm like, that feels good. Because again, if I don't push it far enough, or I push it to where I think it should be, I might miss out on kind of like an opportunity to push it even further. Right? Okay, so I feel like that has a bit of a kind of plant quality to it, that like subsurface scatter feel. Cool beans. All right, so something else that if you were paying attention to the time lapse, there's an element that I don't have represented on the character yet that I want to include, and it will actually be a big part of making sure there's the balance of the character, right? Because it's going to draw attention. Scarf almost looks like it's too lively. I would expect it to be a little more wilted. That's a good point. You know, like this is a very fresh, vibrant looking leaf that was, you know, turned into a scarf clearly recently. So, you know, is that the message I want to deliver, right? Like, did they just harvest this? Good question. And yeah, I'm not totally sure. If that's exactly right. Like maybe I will kind of dry it up a little, wilt it, But yeah, I think I'm feeling like this character would go around and just like tear it off a living tree or plant or whatever and like turn it into their outfit, right? So it being fresh might work to tell that story, or it might look at a place with kind of like this destruction and death of plant, this lively looking plant, almost celebrating the character, maybe is out of kind of like out of tone with it. So yeah, if it was wilted and dry and kind of damaged feeling, that might communicate it better. So good point. I didn't even think of that. So I'm going to consider that. Ooh, just looking at some art chat conversation. Okay. All right. Sorry, just had to respond real quick. Okay, so um, as I was saying, in the sketch phase that you got to see in the time lapse, there's an element that is not yet represented in this. So let me pull up the sketch, turn that on, and let's turn this up and see what we can see. There seems to be another color. Something happening here. So, what do we do? Let's add that. See, I think I want it here. And again, this is another chance of kind of like choosing focus. These are elements that are gonna kind of play some contrast here, and I can, specifically just be like, I want this detail to draw the eye over here, and make note of kind of like what's happening with this. So I have it kind of in the sketch on the leg here. Maybe I want some on like the back of the hand. And let's see how it looks with the gray gone, right? So now we have kind of the mouse drawing attention to this, because it's so much more kind of like the backdrop of it, the kind of like muted, darker values that this pops out on. Now, of course, the value and kind of glowiness of this will be tweaked. Maybe I have it look like kind of more like veins. So it should be on the wrist and in the palm. That might be more interesting. Also, I don't want to disrupt this kind of cast the rim light there, because it's a pretty dramatic one. But like maybe if this kind of conforms around the arm there, we get to see how does the light interact with this. Curious. Curious. What is it? Had to wait till after lunch to begin to explore this space. What could it mean? All right, so that's going to add a dynamic to it that I need to kind of like also balance into it, obviously. Everything you kind of, work in, you need to consider it. What's it doing overall? Let's take a look at the grayscale. So, we have kind of these midtones working together. They're not too extreme, right? There is kind of this grouping, and I would say it's not horribly balanced. The stack that they're standing on, I think, is going to change and shift. That might encourage me to look at kind of like the lower portion of the mouse, like the feet and stuff like that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to like darken those more and in a sort of gradient going up. So this is also like something that I think is kind of a nice thing for kind of like character work, especially when they're kind of like in a simple environment and it's featuring the character as opposed to the scene. Kind of creating a gradient that kind of spans the whole character can be a nice little simple trick, where you kind of maybe have like the bottom, a dark gradient going up to the lightest at the top, and that just kind of like informs the whole piece a little bit. You still do things like, all the highlights and all the lighting and conditions and stuff. It's just you just kind of like make it more relative to that gradient, and it just kind of, I don't know, it just makes it a little more interesting looking. So I think I'll do a little bit of that. So the feet here is all going to be this layer, I think. What I can do is just create a clipping layer. So that's just new layer with the clipped to the layer below. And then I'm just going to actually make it a brightness. And let's try using a gradient tool. I don't expect this to work very effectively. So this is from black to pure alpha. And just do that. And now that's, pretty strong. It's practically purely black and washing it all out. It certainly makes the fire, the whatever this is, kind of more dramatic, but I don't need it to be that dramatic. And what I think I'll do is I'll tighten this range even more. I feel like I've worked with the gradient tool in the past where it actually like had movable nodes where I could adjust it. Maybe when I did that, those were purposefully vector layers that it created. I'm not sure why it's not doing that right now. But I can just kind of compress this down. Okay. And maybe one way to like get a better idea of what this could look like is if I did this over the whole mouse. So it's got the tail included. And it's like not incredibly dramatic, like a difference. I did tone it down a lot. Like here it is much more powerfully. But this is too far, right? Pushed it too far intentionally to see what it looks like. Maybe something closer to that is okay. To really kind of like justify that though, I think I need the fire behind the feet to kind of have it be silhouetted against that light source. That would kind of like cause it to, there's such bright light source behind it that it just completely washes it out and it becomes a silhouette in front. Your eyes are overwhelmed with that brightness, and like human eyes and like cameras in general, like there's HDR and stuff, but cameras in general will kind of like adjust to take in a band of light, like a certain kind of like range. So if it's really bright, it's gonna kind of like kind of tamp down and kind of like use the brightest stuff and focus the kind of like detail in that range, and then like stuff that's more shadow and kind of like has a lot less light kind of picking out the details, that stuff's going to kind of get washed out. Whereas if you have kind of like a darker scene, like you get to see deeper into the shadows, more details because there's not as many kind of photons, kind of overwhelming, and like the range is kind of like, a sliding scale kind of thing. So in this case, we have a very kind of like um, bright and overloaded kind of view. So if we really go that far with it, we can just kind of like wash out the legs, because if it's right in front of the fire is just overwhelming us. Um, but that's not the piece that I want this to be. I don't want it to like say that message as much. Like it's less that there's this massive bonfire behind the character and more that it's like burning at the ends. So I'll pull it back. I think that's maybe acceptable there. And same thing, I don't want it to just be a layer over top of absolutely everything. So I'm going to put it here on the feet, and the tail will also get a copy of it. Probably the pants too would benefit from it. So there's that. And honestly, actually the tail's probably going to be completely differently lit in a little bit once I kind of figure out how I want to do the final lighting on some of that. Because I see that tail going back in space, and it's further behind. It's potentially reached out past the flames, so the flames are in front of it in part of it, whereas the legs are in front of the flames, so it's going to be backlit, whereas the tail can be kind of lit from flames that are closer to us than the tail is. So we'd get kind of the front face lit. Also, when you have smoke and fire, it produces a lot of particles in the atmosphere, and you get haze. You get like light scattering and stuff kind of like in that haze will kind of like get obscured more. You get kind of like out of focus, blurred kind of, stuff is harder to see through smog and all that. So, thinking of, okay, if I want the tail to feel like it's receding into the background, I need to treat the environment, um, and like put some environment between that leg and the tail. So what I might do is um, take this kind of like smoky orange, and I'll use kind of like this flat textured brush. Not the brightness layer, no. And just kind of wash it out, but do it where it's kind of like falling into the background more. So if I have this kind of smoky color, I might try and take it in that direction in terms of kind of like it's desaturating, right? It's getting washed out. But then there is this kind of like bright fire right beside it, so it's going to be able to pick up those highlights. And one of the things about kind of like light and atmosphere is light is the thing that's traveling. Shadows are the absence of light. Shadows don't travel. They're just when light isn't, coming from those spaces. So when you have atmosphere that's scattering light and obscuring things, like looking far off at mountains, off in the horizon where there's a lot of atmosphere between you and the subject, the light is what's coming towards you and kind of like smearing, if you will, getting bounced around by all the, molecules in the air and kind of, shifting just ever so slightly, and kind of like a haze. The shadows aren't doing any of that, right? There's no kind of photon. Well, I mean, there would be some, but like it's overwhelmed by where light is actually kind of hitting the surface and bouncing towards you. Um, so shadows fall off. They have that light that's all the way back there and scattering around. That light kind of just smears around and fills in the shadows. So you, when you have atmosphere kind of like um, in a situation, you kind of focus on what would the light be scattering and just kind of ignore what the shadows would do, and you let those fall away, and you just kind of fill in from the light side of it. I don't know if that made any sense to anybody, but essentially, like if I want to kind of like blur this out with a hazy atmosphere, I'm not trying to kind of blur the shadows. I'm just trying to blur the light. It's fine that the shadows existed and they're there, but I'm kind of thinking about only what the light is kind of bouncing around and trying to do. Um, so you lose detail and shadows with that. You keep the highlights, but those just get kind of jumbled and smeared around, if you will. Perhaps not a great analogy for it, but it's one way to kind of conceptualize it. Yeah, that's because, yeah, like it's going away from us, it's going through the smoke, and the smoke is just kind of blocking the shadows, but the light is still trying to bounce through all that and get to us. So now, and like again, I talked about kind of different ways of looking at this fresh. Now, when you look at this, the tail is receding. Like you can feel that sense of depth between that front leg and the tail. There is definitely distance between those now. Whereas without that, the tail could be tucked right up beside that leg, right? So zooming out, even squinting and looking at it, you can kind of see, ooh, yeah, those values are helping with that. They're grouped differently. They're, communicating different things. And, the leg here, it's got this gradient on top, but now I want to punch up this that like edge, that rim lighting, make it more dramatic, kind of help express like, yeah, this is close to that fire, so it's picking up that very bright source, bouncing off of it. And again, you get like a nice opportunity for some subsurface scattering here, where you got like a really bright light against a material that can kind of like have light scatter through it. Subsurface. Now, because the fire isn't directly behind the whole leg, I think I will kind of pull back a bit on that kind of blackout. Maybe get a little more warmth in it overall. There is the fire on the far side, which is also going to light either side. It's not as close, so it's not going to kind of kick off as much, but a little bit to kind of make sure it all feels like, the leg. Cool. All right. And same thing, I can get the underarm a little more warmth. This side especially. Like it's close to, like, I feel like the right side here has some of the like most intense heat and fire. So I want to really kind of like play that up. Let that rim light kind of like really be strong there. That feels pretty intense. One thing you can do as well is like flatten the brights and kind of overload the camera sensor, if you will, where above a certain brightness, it just washes it out to just like a pure color, and that can kind of like make it look like it's so bright that it's just overloaded the the image, and it kind of capped, how I talked about like how like you can have your, band of value where it's like this is the brightest, darkest, and you kind of want to like maybe pick a range so that like every surface isn't, able to express that whole range, and like the whole image itself is kind of restricted to kind of like a section. So the idea of kind of washing out highlights is the idea that like instead of being able to express the top half of like really bright overloaded like tons of photons in the image and then like deep shadows down here, it's kind of like, okay, you lose some detail in the shadows and you lose some detail in those highlights, where like if it doesn't wash out, you'd be able to see the full kind of like range of kind of, you know, these parts are absolutely the brightest highlights, and there's, specific little kind of like minute detail between. But if you kind of like squish it and flatten that top end and knock out some layers in the bottom, you kind of get a little more kind of like controlled harmony. And it feels maybe more natural, maybe. I don't know. I'm experimenting with some of this stuff. But yeah, this is more photography kind of realm, which I don't know enough about. I'm kind of like trying to learn a little bit more. But yeah, things like kind of, you know, um, in a sense, like your aperture and kind of like basically how much light you're accepting in, how long your exposure is. All these things um, are kind of like things photographers get to kind of tune, and that really can change how an image reads and looks. And the kind of like, just quality of light in the piece and kind of like readability. And as an illustrator, I get to kind of control that myself as well. So, being able to think of it in that way can be a good. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot for me to learn about that. um, it's also something that I'm like trying to understand more, because for my leatherworking workshop and for my social media, where I share my kind of like leather sheaths that I make and axe customization, being able to share that through photos is helpful. And if I can make those photos look nicer, then more people can share them and appreciate them and enjoy it. So learning to do that better is in my best interest, even though I'm terrible at it. But that's why I want to learn. Um, so, obviously those kinds of things can apply to drawing. So that is on my mind. But yeah, so do I want to wash out one of the ranges of light? Like right now with the bark as a silhouette, it feels like that bottom range is washed out, right? There is so much light exposure that the shadows are kind of like losing detail and information. So this is not like an HDR image, the high definition range, if that is what it stands for. I think it is. Where basically all the light information is recorded, and you can kind of like adjust how you want to use all that info. Right now, without the bark rendered, it feels like it's kind of, dropped out that bottom end of it, which is fine, because I do want it to feel captured in a range. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to start going around and kind of maybe flattening some things, just so I can kind of do a little more painting. It's all well and good to use like best practices with kind of layers and organizing those and stuff, but sometimes you just gotta let loose with the paintbrush on, you know, a smaller, kind of simpler canvas. Where it's just like, all right, I'm just gonna make all of the pants one layer, and all the information that I had kind of built up into it is now compressed into this layer, which I will now go to town on. Okay, so the top of the pants, I'm going to give a little bit of ambience to. We are still in an environment, and that environment has kind of an ambience to it, and I want a little bit more range in the shadows to come out to play. So I'm giving that a little bit more information in the shadows. Not much, but it's enough that it's a little more three-dimensional. Let's take a look at our grays, our value structure. So one thing I'm thinking of is, okay, so we have the tail pushing back into this atmosphere, and I like that. There's like a nice depth that creates by having this kind of like lightning, where it kind of like is behind and the light plays onto the front surface of that. So now I'm looking at this, and I like how strong the reed is on the arm. It's very kind of like good, strong contrast, dramatic, fun. Um, the leg kind of like going into the stack is good. I kind of like that those blend into each other a bit. But I'm also thinking, like, would it be interesting if this arm kind of like did more of what the tail does, where it kind of falls back? And I'm a little bit conflicted between those two concepts because right now the hand reads incredibly well, and I think that's good. It's one of the main things that you kind of like look towards. You're like, this is kind of like standing out to me. It's on its own. It's a hand. It's making a gesture, and it's kind of telling me something. It's interesting. There's cool lighting on it. Um, but if there's just like maybe on the elbow more so, a little bit of that like pushed back into the atmosphere, and maybe it just add a little bit of depth and three dimensionality to this pose a little more. So I'll try that. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I'll try it. So I'm going to do a new layer, and again, I'll use like a, let's see, my flat brush. It's like a textured kind of angled brush, and if I just kind of wash out the shadow here, and I feel like, again, that's too far, so now I'm going to use a gentle brush and just pull it back. And let's look at the grayscale of this. Now there's like more difference between the knee and the elbow. And I think it's still too far, but a little bit of this is nice. Okay, so maybe there. So if I turn that off and then on, right? Do you see that? There's just like a little bit of atmosphere that kind of pulls these into different depths. The elbow is pushed back a little bit more, right? And I think it can be very subtle. I don't really need it to be very strong. One thing that could be used here is bloom, where, again, like, it's almost like the lens is almost smudgy a bit, or you kind of like are playing with overexposed images, where like there is a light source or a really strong reflection or specular highlight where basically there's a reflective surface that's reflecting the light source. And you have the light kind of just like blooming out from that really bright highlight. And that's a fun effect. And the elbow here, I think, is an excuse to kind of play with that. It can kind of like, either we could excuse this as atmosphere or light bloom, whatever we want to kind of, use as that element to kind of like break up this kind of like structure of values. So, like the arm here is definitely a deeper, darker kind of value. But if I do this, it kind of like combines it a little more with the shirt and like breaks it away from that leg. And now it kind of makes me look at this arm up here, and I kind of want to like have that be where the gradient comes from. It's like darkest here, and it flows into this lighter elbow. And I kind of, I don't know, like maybe there's something that's fun there. So I'm going to try that. Let's grab a dark but warm color here and just kind of add it into, this should be clipped. Go. Use the gentle brush. Just kind of block that down, and now like the hand is kind of falling into the bark, which might be a bad idea. Let's pull that back again. It's too far. Maybe it's not. Oh, it's subtle. So okay, I do lose read on the fingers, and I'm not too happy about that. So maybe that's not it. Maybe the leaf needs to be darker. Maybe the bark needs to be different. Yeah, just the idea of there being a little bit of a gradient here is somewhat interesting. May not be the best idea, though. Yeah. Or I just make sure that I put a kind of nice, highlight on that edge. That might do it too. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with that. So yes, it does go darker, but let's bring these fingers back. Suspected spam color. No thanks. Okay. Now again, like, would the highlight be that strong? Probably not. Is it more interesting? Maybe. If it is, worth, But yeah, I think it's too much there. Yeah, I think I don't need to go that far with it. Pull that back. Okay. Yeah, I think the bark, this fire, all that is still gonna like do things with this hand and the balance of that. It's a balance game, right? That's a lot of what I'm kind of constantly trying to do is balance these elements and make them kind of like work in harmony. And when one thing goes a certain way, I need to kind of compensate in other art, like areas of the artwork. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the poiple and just kind of boost it up in areas. What is it? think it would get some, of the fire in it, the warmth in this glow. So let's do that. A little bit, anyways. Okay. Yeah. Cool, 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 cool. Right. Um. Okay, the bark stack. I think that's what I should address next. It's still very unresolved, very flat. But actually, really quick, I'm just gonna use the occlusion brush to just kind of like lose the edge in the tail. As I mentioned, that's not the right color. One of the tools you have is like edge. Do you want like soft or hard edges on things? That's kind of one of those composition contrast tools. So with something that's kind of like lost in the fog, the atmosphere, by kind of like fading out the edge. And one way to do this would be literally using a smudge tool to kind of like smear that edge. Might not be a bad way to do it. Might be the best way, in fact. But right now I'm using kind of like an occlusion brush where it's, let me show you, it kind of like has a very opaque core and then it like dramatically fades out. I could probably tune the brush to be a little better around these edges. Like it could be a more clean fade, but that's effectively what this brush is, where it falls off extremely dramatically. And I like to use it for kind of bloom effects, stuff like that. Yeah, that might be a bit much, but let's try pulling that down. Cool. All right. Yeah, the idea is that I want that hard line to kind of fade away, and I don't think I captured that just yet. I do think that how I could do it is to literally take my blur, my smudge brush, and actually just blur that, right? Just soften that edge, literally. Feather it, and suddenly it's out of focus, right? There is too much atmosphere scattering the light. We are losing that information. It's getting obscured. And also out of focus, right? So, that's another thing for kind of like creating depth. Gonna smudge out all these kind of like strongly hard-edged texture bits there. It just felt wrong. Felt too in focus with those clean edges. Is this... This is the layer that I need to smear. There we go. Cool. Alright, so now that tail is well and good in the smog. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, Flipperino. Let's do a hang upside down, defy gravity. Great. The fire I'm going to play with more. I want to maybe get a little bit of it kind of in the foreground. But maybe not too much of that. Yeah, I think I want to deal with the bark. So into the bark folder we go. So first of all, we have the lighter gray bark down here. And I think I'm just going to kind of wash out and darken it all. Grab that layer of bark, same deal. Now there's just a lot of these layers stacked on top of each other, so it's going to be a case of, like, all right, I don't know what layer is what part. I'm just going to have to experiment, jump around, throw highlights at things, see what works. So here's one way to do this, and I kind of talked about this concept where you start with kind of like your shaded version of it, the only atmospheric light version of an object, and then you add layers, and each layer adds kind of like a different light source, and you kind of like deal with them one at a time. So we can try that. So this first one is going to be this stack bark here, and I'm going to do like an atmospheric kind of textured pass on it. So what I'll do is I'll create a new clipping layer, and we'll just kind of wash over the whole thing, right? And then, yeah, maybe I don't want to do this upside down. Only thinking about like the environment, just kind of like where would the light be hitting this if it didn't have the flames all around it, if there wasn't any other light sources, it's just the open sky or whatever the environment is kind of bouncing its light onto this surface. So maybe it's curled up at that edge, and so there's, less direct up and down. Like a lot of the time, you have light just coming from above, a very soft, diffused light coming from above is generally where you start with something like that. Even for like crazy underlit dramatic shots, it's just kind of usually what you want. Rarely and very specifically, you kind of like do atmospheric lighting from, underneath or from the side or something like that. But right now it's just very specifically, okay, imagining everything is in shadow. In fact, I'm going to turn off the fire to like not distract me with that concept. So now, all the lights are gone. Okay, I'm only thinking of it as bark in the open air. Okay. So how do I want to communicate this bark? Like, it's darker out, right? Like the mouse is in deep shadow, it's twilight. Okay, so we want this kind of like blue kind of shadow over it all, I believe. Kind of treat it the same way. So I'm going to actually turn that fully opaque, grab that color, put that back to multiply, and I'm going to actually apply the same technique to all the bark. So it's going to get its own multiply layer, boom, with that blue. So we have kind of like the same atmospheric lighting condition on this. Maybe that's below. Yeah. I'm going to do that. Split the difference. Okay. So I'm going to go and drop that onto all the other bark. Just so we have the same kind of starting point for those. Right. And get a little bit of the, 3D shape going on. And then, when we're happy enough with that, and it doesn't need to be like you have to be 100% totally, it's perfect, drop a layer on top of that. And then what you would do is you would turn this into something like a lighten layer, screen layer, whatever, and you take, whatever your light source is, and you can just straight up wash over the whole thing, right? Maybe screen would be best. And, start to kind of tackle it. Where it's like, okay, this light's coming from above, so I'm going to erase where the light isn't directly hitting anymore at that angle. Let's see, maybe screen's not working as good as I want. Add, nah. Lighten's not bad. You get a little more kind of like depth of color at least. Add glow. A lot of people use overlay. Can be a little harder to control. Ooh, that's kind of a nice bark color actually. A little Padook kind of red. Might have to use some of that. Brightness would be without color. Okay, so I think I like lighten. Although add glow can often work. Yeah, let's go lighten. And we can do things like erase away the cast shadow, right? Now this isn't actually the lighting condition I want on the bark, so I'm just kind of doing a demo, I guess, with this. The texture brush might actually be kind of messing with this a bit too much. But you can kind of like build up layers of this. So then if I did kind of like, I don't know, like let's say there's a purple light off to the side, and I wanted it to be just like a rim light. Can kind of overlay that and then erase away where, you know, it's not actually hitting the subject and kind of reduce it. And just like build up your lighting layer by layer like that. And I mean, I feel like that's not actually working very effectively, but it usually does actually work quite well. Yeah. It would help if more of the subject was kind of being treated with the same light. So you know what the heck, why not actually do the lighting we're going for? So now that we have the kind of ambient bark, I'm going to hit it with my fire. So let's turn the fire layer back on. Kaboom. Grab this kind of like orange. Go over the whole thing. And now, it's a lighten layer. Yeah, lighten. Glow dodge is interesting. Add's not bad. Add glow is pretty good. Maybe for this specific subject too, because it's fire. And now we kind of, okay, boom, there's like a cast shadow from this, but this fire is like a wide light source. It's kind of, you know, not a like spotlight with very direct light coming from a point. It's light coming from a whole bunch of different kind of like angles, and so they're kind of, you know, all casting shadows at slightly different angles, so like the shadow very quickly falls off into a softer kind of shadow because it's such a wide light source so nearby. If it was a bonfire and you were standing far enough away that it was more like a point light source, then you would have a, you know, stronger, harder cast shadow from it, right? But yeah, so we are dealing with a very kind of diffused light source here. Okay, and this bark is kind of curled up and away from the flame at that edge, we'll say. I don't like all that texture on it. I'm just going to smear that out a bit. We're going to get kind of the like fibers that, you know, run the length of the inside of this bark that is going to, you know, catch the light and cast a shadow because it's like a steep angle. Um, it's going to be lots of like texture and stuff. Little pockets. Yeah, this subject is actually kind of a hard one to really demonstrate this well, I think, just because the lighting is so extreme and the material is kind of obscured, and you know, it'd be easier if it was like, uh, the mouse that I was kind of like demonstrating this with like, you know, a variety of light sources, which I can still do. Yeah. Good way to do it is just kind of like stacking up layers of light using, various kind of layer types like add and lighten, screen, overlay. But like using things like multiply to do the same kind of stuff with shadow is also good. Okay, so I think it's getting a little too much direct light there. Again, I kind of want it to feel like it's curved. So the far side is kind of curved away from the flame, whereas the side closer to us is curved up, which is going to face the flame a little more directly. Right? Right. Right. So that's, one piece of bark. And now I'm kind of like, does it like not read as like it's kind of in the wrong range, if you will. Like I want the pile of bark to be more kind of the lower, deeper values. So I think that is kind of like something that I need to like consider as I'm rendering these, is like keep it grouped lower. Going back to this rule that I'm always having to kind of remind myself, because it's something that naturally I defy a bit, and being conscious of it helps me. But like I don't want the stack of bark to like go the full range. I want it to be purposefully grouped into the deeper, darker values, and like consider the hierarchy of this piece. Okay, so looking at this, it actually gets it's mid-tone and up, right? And that's not the range that I've kind of designated. Like this should be more where those highlights land and below. So, I'm going to take this add glow that I had just made, and I'm really going to knock it down, right? And I'm being, you know, soft with it. I did it as a clipping layer so I can undo any of the erasing that I did, but again, like I really do want to make sure that the group is, well balanced. And again, like when you have a subject in front of a light source like flame, it's okay to completely wash out all detail. And that's something that I need to kind of respect that I should do here. So honestly, with it being more silhouetted, it actually feels more natural against such a bright light source. The bark at the bottom of the stack, further away from the flames, I think it's okay to like bring out the information on that. So I think that's how I'm going to handle this. I was like, I'm going to try this, go in this direction, and lo and behold, I discovered, it's not a good direction. It doesn't work so great. So one other thing I could do as well is, like, let's see what happens if I take some light and I like bloom it. So if I do, let's try and add glow layer, and I really kind of like scale up this occlusion brush, and I just kind of let this light source kind of bleed out over top. See how it's kind of overtaking and just kind of washing out with like this gradient? That's like the bloom, right? Before and after. You know, it's this soft haze. And honestly, with like flames and fire, it makes sense you would get this kind of glowy haze because there is just a lot of haze in the atmosphere, right? You know, you can even do it with like the elbow here. Actually, you know, I'm going to take this layer and I'm going to bring it all the way to the top of the image. Um, it kind of feels like one of those like lens flare, you know, tricks. And it kind of is. Like you can overdo these things. There's a lot of games made um, when like, you know, lighting rendering got really good and they kind of overdo it with like bloom and stuff like that because it's like it looks cool. Um, you know, it's cool tech stuff to do it, and you know it's impressive and whatnot. But um, yeah, so it's like lens flare. Don't like go too crazy with it, but you know it's a cool trick and tool, and it like communicates your lighting. So you know that like glow on the ear, the glow on the elbow. It's interesting, right? Some bloom. Now, how does this work with the grayscale? Or, sorry, the background? Not grayed out. We'll see. It's a little bit maybe overkill, right? Doesn't kind of feel as believable. It's not terrible, though. I'm going to keep most of it. I'm going to knock it back. Again, it's kind of one of those like, all right, I pushed it too far, so now I can kind of pull it back. I like it over the foot here. This feels like, yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of washed out. The bloom is overtaking that. Um, because this is just such a big, hot flame, right? Uh, and I might add some color bleed into that too, like more of this orange kind of like washing over the whole thing. That might look good instead of just this hot white light. Having it be this kind of like orange might look good. Kind of just doing that, maybe. Feels like it's not doing much, but it seems like it actually is. This is normal. Oh, it's because it's clipped. Boom. What is happening? This is the glow. Why is this? Should be a normal. Ah, right. I figured it out. I was like, this isn't reacting how I expect it should. Now it makes sense. Alright, I'm just going to trash that. Try again. Do not clip that layer. And this, let's try a hue. No, let's try color. Better. Overlay? Maybe. Overlay's good. Yeah. It's just mixing the like heat light source, just kind of overloading the camera, giving it a little bit of that, kind of, you know, washing out the lens. It's good. Okay. Happy with that. Hopefully when I export this on a, like when it goes transparent, it's not going to do weird stuff. That sometimes happens. Um, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I tend to use like um, layer effects only clipped to layers below it so that like it's only affecting pixels I'm totally controlling. Whereas like something transparent, if there is like a colorizing layer and that bleeds over it, when you save that out as a PNG, it's no longer a colorized layer. It doesn't affect stuff below it in the same way. So if it like gets dropped onto a background that has color, it suddenly might look really strange because it's just like pure, whatever mostly transparent color, on top of a blue or whatever, and that normally would like shift that blue in a better way. And so that can happen with transparent images with like crazy layer effects if you kind of like just smear them around the image and you're not paying attention to where it would actually maybe be over top of transparent pixels. Um, that can kind of catch you up, do some things you don't expect. I'm just going to share this with the art team, get a little bit of feedback. All right. All right. Okay. Just getting a little feedback from the team. One thing, yeah, I think I might kind of, crisp up the leaf a little bit, dry it out, or wither it. Um, yeah, it's good feedback on them on that. Good call. Mm-hmm. Nice claws. Thanks. Yeah, vicious. Alright, let me see. Can I gander at the others that the team has been making without accidentally spoiling anything? I think it should be fine. Not that folder. There it is. Miss. Alright. Yes. Okay. Well, no. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hide my screen for a second while I pull up some reference. Pardon me. Whoop. Okay, just gotta do one of these. Open you here. Okay, that should be good. Alright, sorry. Maybe that one there. Just hiding images so you don't get to see them. You know how it is. Cool. Like that. Alright, one more. And drop that in there. Don't worry. I'll be back in a second. Cool. Cool, and cool. Alright, I think that's fine. Alright, hopefully anyways. Return. Whoops. Almost fine. Scooch. There we go. Alright, let me give this a save. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I did forget to add the mythical dragon heart to the left hand. It already ate it though. Alright, cool. Let's see. Catch up on the chat. Alright, cool. Got some good feedback, some good kind of like input on how we want to address some of these things. And now I have reference for how we've done it on the other characters, which I should have pulled up before the stream even started, to be honest. But no, we good. All right. Yeah, that stack is better that way. Okay. So, clumpy. Okay. Let's go to this layer here. Sorry, just a very good image. Okay. So, is this the correct layer? Yes. Going to tweak this a bit. It's going to be less veiny. More just kind of cluster clump. So one of the things that was pointed out, and it's a very good point, is the like tier of mouse and kind of like these elements and how that plays into tier and communicating kind of those power levels and all that good stuff. So going to pull it back a bit so that there can be more of a kind of like powerful range when, you know, different mice have kind of different amounts of whatever this is, you know? So there. Don't know if that made sense, but that's where we're at with it. Um, so I'm gonna like make it more of a clumpy, clustery kind of thing, right? Wash it out on the hand. It's fine. Y'all. Cool. Okay. Alright, and now I will hit that with some light. Let's do add glow. Cool. Alright. I think that's pretty decent. And then gonna do another layer underneath, and we're gonna just gonna really let that get deep and crunchy looking. Okay. Alright. Not bad. I think we're gonna go back to the bark. Got the nice bloom and stuff. I'm going to put that into a folder and lock it, just so that when I'm doing pixel selection, I'm not grabbing, well, not the pixel selection, but rather like the layer selection. I'm not grabbing this like really wide bloom. I'm actually grabbing the layers below and actually trying to work off those. Alright, so we're going to do a lighten. We're going to use kind of this warmer, earthy color here, and I'm just going to block in everything that is that layer. There's actually a fair amount of it. Nice. Alright, and imagining, ambient light. Okay, this is facing away. Got a cast shadow from the board above it. This is kind of like inside the entire stack down here, so definitely a lot of cast shadow in there, a lot of light occluded. Same there. And here, again, like, I don't want it to be hard-edged shadows, because, like, occluded light is supposed to be very diffused, very soft in general. So, like, you can still have kind of, like, hard, strong, deep shadows. It's just, you don't want to really give them, like, harsh kind of cast shadows in general. It's the entire environment sharing and bouncing light onto these materials. So, in general, if the light's coming from every direction, it's not going to be casting very deep shadows. You will get light occluding as things are kind of blocking most of the light on the surface, but yeah, it's not going to be harsh lighting. Okay. Now you can still get like good crisp kind of edges on things, but that's more when the surface kind of has like a clean shape to it. The surface bends away at like 90 degrees, and the actual like light hitting that surface is dramatically shifted because of turning away from the main kind of atmospheric source, which is usually the sky. Okay, so it's pretty warm stack, like the ambient color is kind of warm, so I might actually shift that because I like it being cooler. So I'm going to do tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. And I'm just going to shift the hue. And that's more blue, but it's very saturated, so I'm actually just going to drop the saturation, bring it more to a gray, to kind of like match the board above it, and I'm fine with that. Oh, I see what I did. I was like, wow, this layer or board is covering pretty much everything. Yeah, that's because I didn't clip that. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll clip it, and I will just transfer that to the layers below. I already did all the work, so why not just keep it? There we go. Alright. Been doing a lot of that on this piece, is just kind of being like, okay, well, I did it for the whole thing all at once, and now I'm just going to copy it onto each layer respectively and go from there. Cool. Now, I'm going to take a very quick little break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, so BRB. Well, howdy there. I have returned. Sorry about that. A little bio break and needed hydration, so. Okay, so need to get this stack here, and same deal. Lighten layer. Just kind of cover the whole thing. Consider, where is the light going to be occluded is really the question. What is the atmosphere in this scene going to do? All the other light sources disappeared. How do I describe the surface with just very soft, ambient, toned down light? Okay. And again, I like it kind of like washing it out closer to that really strong flame. Getting some of the like bark wrinkles and stuff, I think is going to be important for kind of like, okay, let's communicate what this surface is. You know, some of the boards I imagine are kind of facing up and others are down. And the ones facing up are going to be kind of showing the outer bark kind of crunchy texture, right? And the inner boards can be more fibrous and like stripped kind of wood grain. Forget the name of the actual kind of like long fibers and stuff. Lignum or something. Or something. Alright. So yeah, I want to go around and get a little more of that texture on the bark, because I think it definitely helps to kind of communicate what is it. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, careful about, you know, the balance of noise. But if they're all kind of, you know, matching each other in that, they all kind of like become one object, and that's great. Probably gonna like fill in those gaps where suddenly there's this high contrast of like, oh, there's nothing behind that floating void. Feel like it'd be in deep shadow, or there'd be fire kind of licking from behind that. So that's a thing there too. Let's see, this one. Get a little bit of that kind of texture happening, but I don't want it to get too distracted. Right? Bloom washes that out nicely. Okay, this one I did. Get a little bit of it here. And again, we don't need to do much. It's kind of like doing brick details on the side of a building. You know, you don't need to paint every brick. You just need to describe it in the right places, and your brain will fill in that pattern for you. Put a couple of bricks in areas that read strongly, imply them in a couple other spots, and boom, done. Your brain does the rest. Fills in information all the time for you. Okay, do the same thing here. Now, I can kind of render this in a way where it almost looks like this is like a stack of charcoal. And I am kind of encroaching into that a little bit, so I might want to be a bit cautious about, communicating that too much. And part of that is like, if I make this kind of glossy and really black and gray, um, I think if I add a bit more warmth into the fibers and look like it was kind of peeled from a tree as opposed to burned to a char, that'll fix that, get a little bit of the warmth of the bark in it. I know I was kind of talking about how I want it to be like cool shadows and stuff like that, but a little bit of balance is good. And that like cracking kind of surface also is very indicative of charcoal, so that maybe is working against us if we're trying to avoid that texture. But I think I'll also do things like put a little bit of moss onto the bark and stuff like that. Definitely, yeah, like I think I'm gonna kind of add some warm kind of highlights and stuff like that. I think that will do it. Yep. Cool. Okay. Let's do just that. I'm going to jump to the top of the stack. Where am I? Yeah, maybe. I'm going to try it. I'm going to go all the way to the top, drop a clipping layer onto that. I know I'm like, I don't like doing this, but in this case, I think it's an appropriate way to kind of just like try to get that life back in the whole stack, and I can kind of like push and pull it here and there. Alright, so I'm just gonna do an overlay layer to start with. And we're gonna go in and just kind of like add some warmth to it here and there. I know I was just like, yeah, like cool shadows and stuff. I was just worried it feels a little too much like it's already completely charred. That feels a little more like living bark, or rather unburnt bark. That kind of like brown, which is good. Shadows I can kind of like lose a bit of that. That's fine. And then I think I want to get some actual like highlights going on this. And I don't need it to be like bright and rich colors. It's just more like here's where some of the light is catching the actual bark surface and you're seeing it. And by kind of doing this here, it like really kind of enhances that bloom quality of the light. Yeah, we got like knots and kind of lumps on the wood surface. Let's bring some of that out, you know? It's a very crusty, organic material, so play it up, have some fun with it. It's got things growing on it, you know? Yeah, that seems like bark to me. Good old tree skin. Definitely in the phase of the show where I'm just quietly rendering. Should definitely do some of this on the piece that the character is holding, huh? Seems like it could use that detail. A little flat. looks very dramatic. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to kind of capture that. I suppose that this is like a low tier mouse. It's not like one of the super powerful ones. So might not be the most kind of like ideal one to kind of be like, wow, I'm gonna make it like super dramatic and epic feeling or anything. Um, so that might have been a misplay, but I don't know. It's probably fine. Don't think it's gonna be an issue at all. I've definitely created some fodder mice that are very dramatic and fun, and interesting. It's not really an issue. I want every piece to like be engaging and interesting. I don't want like the simple fodder mice to just be like dull. I mean, unless they're intentionally supposed to look dull and kind of like bland. But like that's a specific kind of. There's probably like a reason. It's like no, you really don't want to have to encounter this one. It's like a pain. It's bad for your hunting. Um, but even then, I want to have fun with it. I want it to be interesting to and look at, engage with. Um, so yeah, I mean, and again, like on stream, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, man, I'm just enjoying going deep in detail and kind of sharing that. Um, Sometimes, I have a little more kind of reining it in ability off stream, and even sometimes on stream. I'm kind of like, okay, you know what? I don't want this to like drag out and be super dull like watching paint dry because it's just so finicky. Um, so I kind of like am cautious about it reaching that kind of quality. I feel like maybe I am kind of getting into that point where I'm so specific with the details. I am kind of, maybe there's not much to look at. For me, I'm like, this is super interesting. I'm loving this. And honestly, the way I work in this space is if I like it, someone else out there probably does, and so there you go. This is for you. But yeah, like as long as you're able to see what I'm doing, it's fine. But yeah, I think like the difference between these is pretty fun and interesting and dynamic, dramatic. Um, Going back to my principal rule of grouping, I see that this is kind of like lower, darker tones. We're respecting that. That's good. I think the toes could even kind of lighten up, even though I was earlier on kind of creating this intentional gradient where they're very dark. Um, but yeah, things shift as it gets worked up. It's an iterative thing to do illustration, at least the way that I work. I know some artists can just picture the whole thing in their head and just go. I don't have that ability. I never have, where I can actually like see an image in my head. So I have to explore it as I go. And so, that is definitely something that's happened here where, I'm kind of like, oh, I want this to be the structure of the values. Changed my mind. I shifted things one way or another. And as I add elements, it kind of like everything's relative, right? So you, you know, add a light, you add a different texture and focal point. You need to kind of consider how that's affecting everything and, yeah, shift accordingly. So, yeah. But I'm glad it's dramatic. I'm enjoying it being a dramatic character, and, I think it's a fun one. And it's the first of this set for the new area. So, why not start with, something wild and like, I want you to look at this character and hear this cackling with the crackling behind. Um, manic kind of laughter as they're burning stuff. Uh, and maybe I should put like soot on them, as they're kind of picking through the embers and getting soot all over themselves. Like I feel like that would make sense to kind of like at least fingerprints on the shirt or something like that. Details, details. Right. But let's go and address the underside of this bark. Give it the texture it deserves. Again, same treatment, you can kind of like wash out the whole thing and then actually erase away and reveal what you need to. Now, we will get underlight from the fire below, right? But it's also got fire on it, and I feel like that kind of sets the like, focus. If you got light sources on top of this thing, it might wash out the dim light that's kind of glowing off of the fire back here. So we need more like actual kind of like knots in the tree, Don't feel like I've kind of like shown those. I think that kind of helps communicate. Oh yeah, tree. There was a branch that got torn here, or some kind of growth. Give it a little flipperoo, as we do. Now, totally jumping off onto a different subject for anyone who's kind of still here. I don't want to be all like insider info, but those of you who have acquired a fair amount of elemental, you didn't hear it from me, but it might not be a bad idea to save that up for the egg hunt. You might want that. So, just a little might want that. Don't use it all. Save some for it. Not a bad idea to have a bunch of it. That's it. Yeah, sitting patiently on it. That's good. I think it'll be nice to have when the time comes. And I honestly, I expect players are kind of like expecting a little bit of play with the egg hunt, So it's one of the really cool elements of what MouseHunt is as a game for people, and it's like so unique. How it's like such a kind of like you can really play the long game in it, like really kind of like be resourceful and plan and strategize over a long period of time. And like, I mean, it's not that it sounds appealing to do that where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna like stock up for weeks and sit on it for a long time or whatever. But just the reality that that is like a way that people do play, and like the things that they pull off when they do that is like so incredible and unique. There are not a lot of games where you can tell those stories about like, oh yeah, so when I did my prestige base push, here's how I tackled that, and it was, like months of planning and work, and I saved it for the like Lunar New Year, and I did all these things, and like when the time came, I just dedicated and like didn't miss a hunt, and like it was just people can do that with this game, and it's like not something you can do with like pretty much any other game. I'm sure there are a few, like I don't know, Eve or something like that probably has those kinds of like really long-term plans and strategies that like you have to be kind of dedicated to pull off, and it's just special. Mouse Hunt is like such a different experience, and that is why people can play literally, from the first year it started to now, and it still is relevant and it matters, and you're doing things that you care about, and I love that. That's what this game is just so unique, and you know you get these crazy stories that you did these things, you know. And yeah, just random stray thought, but I'm just like, this is a really special thing that I try to be appreciative of. And like I think in some instances maybe it feels more like it's like, oh, like I feel maybe I'm forced to kind of like do this as opposed to like this is how I'd prefer to play. And I don't want that to be the case. I've definitely kind of like pushed towards kind of different play potential for each area. I want really passive players to be able to play this. I want really active players to be able to engage with this and like have rewards for their kind of deep engagement. I want like strategists to be able to kind of like pull off something special because they really were clever and planned and prepared. And I want like really just kind of I just sometimes hit the horn and I'm not really even paying attention to what's going on, to be able to kind of like push through and meet goals. Now they will take longer, sure, but they're kind of just, casual and just along for the ride. And like I want them to meet those goals in a reasonable amount of time where, you kind of like play that way and you hit your main points before the next major thing. You keep up. I don't want people to fall behind. But then I want those super actives who like really know how to just absolutely obliterate Mouse Hunt to like always have the next thing that they can kind of push for and climb and like really kind of like have just goals and challenges, and you know there's just a lot of like little kind of like, man, I want it to do this and this and this, and it's so hard to kind of like manage it. But I really do feel like we do a great job of that. Like now, I don't think we're able to kind of like appease all of those elements all the time. Not even close. And sometimes we miss the mark on even things that should be kind of simpler or understood or obvious or whatever. Um, and so that's just part of it. We're a small outfit though, and like do our best, but we're not always going to be able to kind of like get it perfect. Um, but yeah, like we're all always kind of like trying to understand and improve all those like little things that I mentioned, like for each style of play, and like make it so that people can try them all too and find what one they like for this kind of like thing that they're doing. You know, uh, it's it's hard but rewarding, and it matters. Yeah. Bark. Hmm. I'd say that's fairly bark looking. Not terrible. Get this overlay going here too. Though I think I already do. Cool beans. Okay, so I'd say that bark pile and the bark they are holding, not terrible. Deem it acceptable. Looks like bark. Alright, but do I want to kind of back behind it and just kind of like occlude, give it like a shadow underneath the pile? Honestly, probably. Now, again, it's like twilight dusk, so it should be deep but soft shadows, right? So we're not going to get like a really crisp drop shadow under the pile where we're seeing like all the, shadows of these branches. It'd be one thing if it was just like the torch or something in the hand. But yeah. Okay, I do have a thing I'm going to throw behind it to bring out more of the color. Yes, okay, cool. All the other mice are indeed using it. Good. Something I should have thrown in here from the beginning. Alright, I'm going to save before I drop it in. Alright. This will go behind here. File import, create file object. Thank you for not opening in the art screen. Appreciate that, computer. Alright, where is that? Not that. Just gotta load a thing. You've seen this before. It's like the paper background that we use. I'm just like, where did we leave that? Where is that resource? I'm sure the moment I realize where it is, I'll be, duh, obviously. Okay. Maybe if I go into my own. No. Not that one. There it is. Boom. Okay. Boop boop. And presto. Now, gentle brush. Going to just kind of eat away at that backdrop a bit. Cool. And with this kind of deeper tone, now I'm going to actually go back to the tail and adjust that haze to better match it. Okay, let's check out this as grayscale, and so that's the smoke. Just need to kind of like balance it a little carefully. Should have definitely had this in here earlier to kind of do exactly that. Okay, and the smoke, I think I need to kind of like swap how potent the smoke is versus the paper, right? And kind of like use those in opposite ways. Flip how dramatic each of those are. Kind of turn the paper into the smoke. So do a little more of that. Okay, we get a little more the haze behind. And then we can actually kind of punch up the rim light and stuff like that to kind of like really push it. Make it even more dramatic. Okay, let's look at that. All right. I think that feels not terrible. Make sure none of it is kind of like actually touching the edge of the artwork. Go around with a harder edge eraser. Just like when you kind of like lay this out on a page and there's you know, it's on a white background, and then suddenly it's got these like weird kind of like cutoffs right at the edges. want to avoid that happening. Should be fine. All right. And the shadow here, I think. Just kind of pull that in from the edge a little bit more. All right, nice. Good, good, good. Okay. I'm gonna give this a save, and honestly, we're getting close. It's 4:30 anyways, so we'll probably wrap up pretty soon. But it's gotten to the point where I'm kind of like, okay, it's very close to being completely like rendered where I need it. But at the same time, um, it's hard to kind of do a final sign off on that when I've been staring at it all day long. So, you know, I'm probably going to wrap very soon. And just because it's so close that I need to kind of like look at it fresh to really appreciate it. Um, so one thing to look at here is we got kind of like the slacks are kind of like the darkest part with the mouth. And I think the bottom of this like stack could probably go into that kind of deeper, darker range. So if I go and I just drop onto this layer and I put another clipping layer and I grab a brightness and I go like pure black and then I just kind of swipe over it and then just kind of shape it a bit more, turning it on and off to kind of figure out where it's impacting it. Maybe not this top piece here. Okay, let's look at that with color. It's a little more dimensional with the shading, right? Now, do I like it? I don't know. I think one of the things I can do as well is like hit some of these edges with just this kind of like firelight, you know? Just kind of add a little more interest to the stack as kind of the fire is raking across the surface. I don't know. Maybe if it is like glow, nope, add glow, yeah. And it's more like beams like that, right? Okay. And then there's a very harsh and specific fall off to it. Alright, so there's this kind of like cast shadow. Now, I think something that would help make that work is if it kind of blooms out. Not blooms out, but like it radiates out because it's a very close light source. And if that's the case, your shadows kind of like are kind of being bombarded from all different angles. The light is kind of coming in from multiple angles. Yeah, don't hate that. It's fine. Just don't want it to distract, I guess. I don't think it does. Fire. Cool. Alright. I don't mind that. I'm actually gonna throw a little bit more of this fire back here. I feel like the embers might be kind of crawling around in there. Where's an opening? Ah, I see. I see. The bark shadow. Maybe I should put that behind the fire, huh? If this goes here, then I can do things like this. See if I want to anyways. I think it's interesting to have potential embers and stuff back here. And then can get a little bit of bloom on top of the stack. No, that's mouse. There the mark is. There's our warm overlay. Lighting, deepening of the shadows, some highlights, and let's just get a little bit of bloom. A little bit of bloom. Alright. Occlusion brush. Let's do an add glow. That's definitely too strong. Yeah, that's not working quite right. Can't be clipped to those layers, I think. Honestly, maybe these aren't bright enough to really give it that bloom, at least compared to everything else. So a little bit is maybe okay. Let's see. Pull it back more. Took it too far, so I can pull it back. In fact, going to use like my more intense brush, and then smudge, soften those edges. And now it's very subtle. But even so, I kind of think that it's more valuable to have those deep shadows. Okay. Oh, I think I've hit the end of the stream for now. But yeah, very dramatic. Pretty fun. There's definitely things I'm going to be tweaking. Pretty subtle stuff, I think, but my ears are hurting from wearing these headphones that long. But yeah, like I think I might kind of wither the leaves, but I don't know. Like the other mice they're actually pretty fresh looking leaves, so I think it's appropriate to keep those. Perhaps play with the lighting a little bit, but you know, overall, I'm pretty pleased with the outcome of this. I'm definitely gonna like on Monday morning look at the group that we have and compare this to them because I don't necessarily feel like it kind of like fits the group yet, and I might be able to kind of do tweaks to kind of help align those better and make them feel like they're a set, which is important. So yeah, that's what I need to kind of like figure out. What I'll do is pull up my time lapse so we can kind of enjoy that as the outro. I'll give this a nice save because that's always useful. And now it's like the third save of the entire day. Alright, so let's export time lapse and set it to all so we can kind of like watch the whole thing. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the stream today. I certainly enjoyed rendering the character out, kind of exploring more about, you know, who this maniacal kind of arsonist is. But they're fun. Yeah, no, it was a good stream. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm gonna grab the Larry link again, put it in the chat for all of you to enjoy. If you haven't grabbed it yet, do so. Feel free to share it. It's fine. Tell them where it came from so they show up next week. There you go in the chat. All right. But yeah, so hopefully it's sparked some curiosity about where we're going with this new permanent area. This character, by the way, is going to be for the new permanent area that we're working on. Going to be one of many mice. And yeah, more to be revealed in time. Of course, there's definitely a lot that we're going to be exploring. It's going to take a while to build up the area. There's a lot to it. It's going to be a pretty big, juicy one. It's going to be exciting and fun. But it's also not like forever away kind of thing. The way we're planning our roadmap will be hopefully pretty great for you all. We got lots of ideas as well, not just the permanent area. We got some things in the pathway ahead, the meandering river of fun. You'll get to experience and enjoy, and to take it back to the very beginning of the stream where we were talking a bit again about, you know, Emmental resource management, the heart drop rate, all that good stuff. That you know is frustrating and all that. We're working on it. We got some cool stuff we're working on. It's gonna be fun, and it's definitely gonna, you know, improve, and you know it'll be good. Got a lot we're doing on that, but it's not super far away either. And I did mention during the birthday. A lot of people stocked up on a good supply of Emmental. A little bit of kind of like maybe egg hunts around the corner, and uh, there are going to be new eggs. Those eggs might have cool, useful things that you might enjoy. Uh, so perhaps don't use all your Emmental before the egg hunt arrives. Um, maybe have some embers in store. Maybe prepare for a longer, deeper run, and see what you can yield from that. But yeah, I don't want to tip too much, but it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a good one. Uh, Lots to do during the egg hunt. Of course, there's new eggs, um, and more. So should be good. But yeah, I think I talked about one of the ideas, and yeah, actually I did because we were working on it on the last stream. The scroll case, the that should be something that could be fun for people. But yeah, anywho, that about does it. So I really appreciate everyone who tuned in, here and there, stuck around for as long as you enjoyed, and just kind of kept me company, or I kept you company. Either is great. But yeah, thank you so much for being a part of this community and journey, and just being along for the ride. It's awesome. Always very appreciative of you all, and what I get to do with you, creating cool work, for a game we all love. And yeah, so I'm gonna go and hydrate again and prepare to go do some blacksmithing. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to be, not like cooked brain and dehydrated from talking all day, and and just a little rested before that. So yeah, I'm gonna tune out now, and I hope you all have an awesome weekend. So you know how it goes. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll see you next time. Happy hunting, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.